Ravindra Jadeja a little bit earlier. If you reflect on that interview, what's the one thing he said that jumped out to you?
I think what we just spoke of, what Sir Kirtley said, when you bowl in partnerships, and the first thing Jadeja said was how important it was to have Ashwin back. And his quality, he feeds off that. Ashwin's asking some questions at one end, and Jadeja can just do his thing and ask questions at the other. So he appreciates his role when he's bowling in tandem with our Ashwin.
The pitch conditions here in the Caribbean, these gentlemen are accustomed coming out here and seeing that. How did you sort of contextualize that pitch?
I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed because this pitch we're playing on now resembles surfaces in India. And given this kind of surface to Jadeja and Ashwin, they're going to utilize every bit of it. And that showed 8 out of 10 wickets went to the spinners.
They're loving it. They are absolutely loving it here at Windsor Park, where the conditions, weather-wise, have been very good. Ashwin and Jadeja, as you've just heard, utilize these conditions absolutely beautifully. We'll take a short break, and when we come back on the other side, we'll find out a little bit more about conditions. Mercifully, there's a lovely breeze coming off the hills to the east and cooling things down. So I promised you that we'd find out a little bit more about conditions. Here are Shakira Selman and Samuel Battery.
Hot and humid out in the middle, the sun beaming down at us. some cloud building up just beyond the mountains. Hopefully that stays away, and weather-wise, we're okay for day 2 in this test match. A dominating day 1 by India. Their bowlers and their batters in combination have put them firmly in control of this test match. Well, what does the pitch have to offer for us on day 2? West Indies women's cricketer alongside me, Salman Shakira. 10 wickets falling yesterday for the West Indies, 8 of them due to the spin combination of Ashwin and Jadeja, 5 for Ashwin and 3 to Jadeja. So they've done well in combination. We've also seen some spin from Rakeem Cornwall. This pitch, what can we expect today?
Yeah, I expect much of the same. Yesterday we saw Ashwin and Cornwall in particular after lunch exploit some spin, and that's because of this rough here. We did see a bit of explosion and dust being kicked up when they were bowling at the left-handers in particular, and I expect more of the same as the game goes on.
Yeah, West Indies, they themselves have 2 spinners in Cornwall and Jumel Warrican, and if they can exploit these conditions here and put on a challenge for India, other than that, we can expect to see lots of runs from this very powerful Indian batting lineup.
Yeah, very important there from Shakira Selman and Samuel Badri. There's still some assistance there, but you've got to use it because Curtly Ambrose, we saw particularly with Ashwin and a little bit of Cornwall yesterday, we saw this.
Yes, and of course, these guys are so experienced. If there's anything to get from the surface, they certainly will utilize it and really make West Indies pay. Those deliveries spun a lot, and that talking about the first day of a test match. So that's a precursor of what to come after.
When we see it, and we saw Cornwall do it when the West Indies did it run up, Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma and that opening partnership of 80, we hear so much in India now that maybe this generation doesn't play spin as well as previous generations. Speak to that for me.
Well, I think a lot of the new batters don't trust their defense, Bish, against spin, but they have no problem taking them on. And I think in that there is an opportunity. We know Jaiswal, the longer he plays, will play his shots. So will Rohit Sharma. So these aren't guys that'll grind the game for you, but I think the West Indies need to look at that as a silver lining. If they can just keep putting it in the right areas, like Sir Curtly said, these guys will play shots and try and induce the error like Ashwin did with someone like Craig Brathwaite. Otherwise, with Rohit and Jaiswal looking as comfortable yesterday evening, if things don't change, it's going to be one-way traffic.
The focus then, Curtly, and look, we've been in that position where we've had to bowl, and you more than I got that success. Seamers, I'm guessing, will have their role to play. Define the role of Cornwall and Warrican for me today.
I mean, we've seen the pitch taking spin. So it's going to be important that both spinners bowl in good areas where you ask questions of the batsmen, try to minimize scoring opportunities, and of course, you have to exercise patience. It's not the kind of surface where you're going to blast people out. So show patience, you build pressure, and the wickets will come.
When we saw that Yashasvi Jaiswal shot yesterday in the last over of the day, I just wonder, as a bowler, how you'd look to absorb that run-up.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you bring that up, Bish, because we could look at that at the end of the day, last over, and think that is not responsible. But for Yashasvi Jaiswal, whose natural mode of game is run scoring, for him that's the safe percentage way to score runs. Less guys on the offside, I'm going to play reverse sweep because that is my best chance of scoring runs without much risk. So it's a different way to look at it, and you can judge the right and wrong depending on the result. So if he keeps getting runs like that, then I guess that's the way he's going to play.
And that's only the tip of the iceberg, because, you know, we talk about icebergs, you see something on top, but the bigger part is below the water. So we're seeing Rohit, we're seeing Jaiswal, but below that, you've still got Virat Kohli to come, followed by Rahane. And Kohli, I think, is it one Test 100 since 2019? How big a tour is this for the former India captain?
It's a huge tour for the great man. I mean, in recent times, just gone by, he hasn't scored the number of runs you're accustomed to. So some people are arguing about his place in the team. I'm not for that. He's still a quality player, and I believe he'll want to make a mark on this tour, so it could be problems for the West Indian bowlers.
Maybe before him, you've got a young man, a superstar in the making, who slid from the opening position down to number 3 in Shubman Gill. How do you think he adapts?
Well, I think it's been going to be pretty easy for him with the match situation at least. No real demons in this. But this was an important test series, Bish, for India. They don't play any test cricket for the next 6 months. That's a long time
Wow.
in Indian cricket. So you want guys to cash in on the advantage the bowlers have given them, whether it's an Ajinkya Rahane or a Shubman Itri or even Ishan Kishan. Get a big score here and ensure that when we look at things going forward and we look back at this series, we've seen, yep, these guys did well in a test series and they're only going to get 4 innings, maybe 3, depending on how this goes.
You know, we see all these stroke makers in and around there. Ishan Kishan then slotted to come in at the back end of this first test match. How do you think he'll cope?
Yeah, I think this is the ideal position for India to be in because Ishan is playing in what is pretty much India's best batting lineup. Ishan's come in, Ashwin is back, and Shardul Thakur is your third seamer. So Shardul's batting at 9, Bish. That is India's deepest possible batting lineup, and you're 80 without loss with a 150 first inning. So it's the perfect way to start. Almost no pressure, but maybe that could go either way.
You know, you've heard from Ronak, you've heard from Sir Kirtley, a little bit from me. Let's hear now from one of Sir Kirtley's good friends, actually, a former teammate of ours. He's now an assistant coach for the West Indies, talking about what they did yesterday with Darren Ganga.
Always a pleasure having Kenny Benjamin for a chat. Kenny, first, congratulations on your appointment as assistant coach of the West Indies men's test team. Could you share details about what that role entails?
Well, first, let me say thanks for having me and good morning. I believe my role is, like you say, to assist Kohli in the areas that he wanted me to really assist with, but mainly is to work with the bowlers, both the spinners and the fast bowlers.
Right, looking at this very first test match, the first day, in fact, how would you sum up West Indies batting on that first day?
Well, I believe that it was quite disappointing. I felt that we didn't show enough patience. You know, I believe the wicket wasn't that difficult to play on. You know, we just didn't maybe go and back our skills. We didn't trust our defense, and we made some poor decisions. And I think that is why we scored only 150.
Indian bowlers did a demolition job with the ball, most of the wickets going primarily to the spinners. What elements of their bowling pleased you and those that would be applicable for the West Indies today when they bowl?
I believe they showed a lot of patience. I believe that they bowled good areas. That is very important, and I think that is something that we can take into today's play. And they had a lot of patience. They waited for us to make mistakes. I don't think it was a case that we got bowled out. It was a case of us, you know, not really applying patience and decision making.
You debuted in Test match cricket in the early 1990s. You were known for your ultra-aggressive approach to fast bowling. How does that element of fast bowling fit into the modern game, and what other elements are you trying to groom in the West Indian fast bowlers?
I believe that being aggressive is still very much applicable in today's, present Test cricket, the fast bowling area. One just have to be selective and know when it suits being aggressive, when it suits being laying back and waiting for the batters to make their mistake. But I think fast bowling and aggressiveness is always something that works well together.
Looking towards day 2, what's the plan from a West Indian perspective with the ball?
I believe we have to assess. Obviously, it's a new day. We have to look in the early overs to see what the wicket is doing. So we have to go and be patient, bowl our areas, make sure that we don't give away early boundaries. But I think patience is really going to be the key today.
Thanks for your time. All the very best to you, Kenny Benjamin.
Anytime, Darren.
Pretty comprehensive analysis of that bowling group and the expectations today from Kenny Benjamin, talking to Darren Ganga a little bit earlier. Would it be wrong for anyone, Sir Kirtley, to define today, this second day of this first test, as a pivotal day in this series, given the magnitude of a task?
Well, I'm not so sure if I would say, in terms of the magnitude of this game for the rest of the series. That game can change from time to time, sessions can change and all that stuff. But I think today will definitely decide which way the game want to go, whether it's India or West Indies. But at the moment, it's all India. But today, this first session could really tell which way the game is going to go.
India or West Indies at the end of today?
I'd love for the West Indies to not let their shoulders drop. Just listening to Kenny Benjamin and having the two of you, I'd love your thoughts too, Bish. we talk about pace, right? Now it's easy to be carried away by yesterday and say, we'll just keep bowling Warrican, we'll keep bowling Cornwall. With respect, that's not Ashwin and Jadeja. I'd love to see more of Kemar Roach. She bowled just 4 overs yesterday, conceded 7. Jaiswal didn't get off the mark for so many balls. So I'd love for the balance to be right and for India to make, for run getting for India to be hard today.
I'll answer that later on in the day. Thank you very much to Run Up. Thank you very much to Secretary. The sun is beating down and you can hear the PA going around this ground here. So we are moments away from starting live action on this second day. The players are ready, and after a short break, we will have live action on BT.
It's my great pleasure to welcome you to day 2 of the Cycle Pure Agarbathi first test powered by Yes Bank between the West Indies and India. Another enthralling day of test match cricket awaits us. West Indies v India. Of course, a dominant day for India with bat and ball on day 1 of this test. Match summary so far and a reflection as to what transpired on day 1. The West Indies bowled out for 150. Athanaze, the top scorer with 47, a nice polished innings, decorated with quite a few boundaries, but the real star Ravichandran Ashwin, 5 for 60. His 33rd 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. Well supported by Ravindra Jadeja, 3 for 26. Indian response, 80 without loss. Debutant Yashashvi Jaiswal, unbeaten on 40, alongside his captain. West Indies players making their way out onto the field. It's a big day for both sides. India still trail by 70 runs. It's a full complement of 10 wickets in hand. Of course, the dexterous Ravichandran Ashwin with 5 wickets, claiming half of the West Indian batters. That is something that Craig Brathwaite will take note of, the impact that spinners had on this surface. We look forward to the entertainment. Alongside me to help with that, Sir Curtly Ambrose in the combox. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, DG Ganga, and a pleasant good morning to our many viewers wherever you may be. A very, very hot day here at Windsor Park, Dominica. And the players are all ready to go. India at the moment are in the ascendancy. From the start of the game up until this moment, Darren, it's all India. I'm quite sure that Captain Craig Brathwaite and his coaching crew would have a good discussion about the day's play yesterday and want to reassess coming into day 2.
Jason Holder with the ball to start proceedings for the West Indies. Just 23 overs with that first new ball for the West Indies on day 1.
Hey guys, let's play.
Holder just conceding 6 runs in his previous 4 overs. Here he goes.
This first hour, maybe the first session of the second day's play, is going to be very, very crucial for both teams. West Indies more so, because they want to break this partnership as quickly as possible, get a new batter in, but there's a process you have to go through. Patience is required. Hitting those good areas, ask questions of the batsmen, and don't try to force the issue or fight the conditions. Just let the game flow naturally. Hakeem Cornwall back on the park. Left yesterday evening for a while, didn't come back. It's good to see him out there again.
You're just staying with Hakeem Cornwall, felt ill yesterday, had to leave the field. He returns today, a glorious day, as was mentioned before, here in Rousseau, Dominica.
Now with Jason Holder starting this morning, he's only 4 deliveries since it's over. The length he's bowling is good, but the line is much too wide for the batsman to play. He's now pushed that cover point back onto the boundary. I reckon batsmen, and you can agree or disagree with me, Darren, are most vulnerable at the start of the innings, from my experience. So you need to let them play as often as possible before they really get into their stride and get set. So Jason Holder needs to bowl a little bit straighter and force, well, Jaiswal is on strike now, force him to play a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's the vulnerability that all batters go through at the start of their innings. Jaiswal, of course, with the confidence of 40 runs yesterday afternoon, he would have had a fair amount of time to assess the pitch conditions and have a look at the 5 bowlers used by the West Indies. So he comes into day 2 with a little more information. First delivery played from the middle of the bat. End of the first over, it's a maiden. 80 without loss.
End of the over after 24 overs. India
Quite a decorated batting lineup
from Jason Holder.
for India. Shubman Gill slated at number 3. Then there's Virat Kohli, Ajinkya Rahane, Indra Jadeja as well. With Ishan Kishan, the second debutant in this India lineup for the first test. Kemar Roach, the veteran in this West Indian side, will partner Jason Holder at the start of the day's play. See a lot of Kemar Roach yesterday, only 4 overs to his name.
Work AJ, come on AJ.
The West Indian bowlers will have to stay positive. They must have the belief that they can bowl this team out. At the moment, one would say that it's all India, but India still is 70 runs behind. And we have seen strange things happen in cricket. So they have to stay focused and positive and believe they can get the job done.
It'll be crucial for us to keep an eye on the pitch and how things unfold in relation to the conditions. That delivery just keeping a little bit low. Oftentimes as a captain, when you get that type of sign, you encourage your bowlers to get a little bit straighter with their lines. Cut away behind point. Couple of runs to open the day for India. Sprinkle of spectators at the ground. Sure, that number is going to build as we go deeper into the day.
And don't forget as well, it's a normal work day, midweek. Well, today's Thursday, but I'm sure that maybe by tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and if the game goes into the Sunday, we'll see a much bigger crowd. But still, sprinkle of spectators around, loyal supporters of West Indies cricket.
Six-3 field employed by Craig Brathwaite, heavy bias to offside again, directing bowlers to stay in that outside off-stump region. They're setting the tone for the day's play from a bowling perspective, the West Indies. Full toss, not taken advantage of Rohit Sharma. End of the second over of the day's play, 82 without loss.
around, guys.
Nice aerial view of Windsor Park here in Dominica. In the background, the ocean. Nice, cool Caribbean breeze coming through. Still a deep point employed at the start of the over. There are two fielders catching in that extra cover region. You could say a second slip and a fourth slip. Both fielders quite wide in that slip cordon.
I've never thought that particular field placing is down DG Ganga. I'm sorry. Because the worst thing for any bowler is for the ball to go between first and that fourth slip. I prefer to have the slip fielders in the conventional positions and let the ball edge wide of them as opposed to between. And as we speak, a second slip is now coming into place, which to me is a lot better.
West Indies already exercising patience in their approach. Very much concentrated wide outside the off stump and requisite field supporting.
Jaiswal is not too happy about something. Oh, that gentleman standing next to the side screen is asked to move. I guess because I was never a batsman, DG Ganga, because you can stand in front of the side screen for all you want. I can't see that far.
To each their own. I know of one such teammate who was very particular about his sighting when he stood on strike, Shivaran Chandapal.
Very, very particular. I was more worried about that bowler coming at me 90 miles an hour to protect myself as opposed to somebody's side screen. I couldn't care less.
I just find Alex like behind Craig.
Yeah, showing that diversity is
Are you there, Craig? Right?
that mechanism to keep warm, electric fan, as compared to the manual one. Great to see you. We'll also look to see if there's any swing and seam on offer early on. As a test match captain, it's so crucial for you to stay at the pulse of conditions and let that inform your decision making in terms of your bowling changes and style of bowlers being used. So India introduced Ravichandran Ashwin quite early with the new ball. Here's that big extravagant drive from Jaiswal. 82 without loss.
Just enough. Man, really good, boys. Keep it up, boys. Come on.
Just 2 runs so far in this first session of day 2. Simple in front of square. Sharma in full control of that stroke. Stroke that he loves to play. It's been quite productive for him across formats.
Didn't really get up as high as Kemar Roach probably would have wanted. So it was very easy for Sharma, the skipper, to just roll his wrist onto it with that feel at deep backward square. Wouldn't want to go aerial.
Off the pad will be leg buys. Very straight with his line, Kemar Roach.
He's very good at bowling around the wicket to left-handers, Kemar Roach. Just slightly off target that time, but he's very good at it.
More runs. First run for Jaiswal on day 2. To wait a long time to get off the mark in Test cricket. On day 1, 16 balls he took.
Come on, Slidey. Come on, boys. High energy, man. Good, Slidey.
So quickly, I had the pleasure of playing alongside you for the back end of your career. You excelled with your style of bowling, with aggression, and then you also spoke about that bowling average that you were able to maintain. You were quite consistent with your lengths and lines. You wore batters down, and then there were times when you were aggressive. What dictated that sort of change in your approach from being patient to then being aggressive and a little more attacking in nature?
Well, as long as I'm competing, I'm naturally aggressive. It's not something that I practice. It's just something from ever since I was a little boy. Even if we played marbles at home, you know, I hate losing. So my aggressive instinct is always there. But then it depends on the situation of the game, where you bring out that aggression, or when you have to pull back and say, you know what, nothing much happening, just show patience, wear the batsman down. It's a war of attrition, really.
One short. We'll continue that conversation securely. 89 without loss. Clear plan by the West Indies, of course, with that patience being exercised, with that line outside the off stump. We're seeing that short aggressive delivery within the approach. Of course, India watchful at the start of the day's play, still trailing by 61 runs.
Back to the middle, right? You're middle enough there. Fraction.
Very good partnership here, opening partnership for India. 89 already. Very new opening combination for India at the top of the innings. So just building upon the point that you made, that you're competing all the time, you always had that desire to win. In this situation, if you had the ball, what will your approach be?
My approach, first and foremost, would be to try and get some wickets early. because the longer the batsman stay at the crease, the easier it will be get. The ball will get a little bit older. So I would want to make my first spell one where I look to get wickets, not being over aggressive or giving runs away, which I hate doing. You know that. But my first spell usually I look to take wickets at a premium, really, because I'm not giving anything away. If that doesn't work, then they can assess and decide both are maidens, build pressure.
Talking about building pressure, Jaiswal Holder in his last over was quite consistent outside the line of the off stump, then just getting a little bit closer and a little bit fuller of the last delivery, inducing that false stroke.
And also to end DG Ganga, being aggressive sometimes, you may be in a mood where you're looking to bowl maidens, keep it nice and tight, and then something may trigger you. Maybe something a batsman might do or say, and just trigger you, and then that aggressive nature comes out again, and then you change gears. And then you change gears, and it's all about being aggressive, but it has to be controlled.
Well, there are quite a few options that fast bowlers can use when trying to get wickets. You talk about patience and exercising that. Some fast bowlers, they rely a lot on subtle variations to induce a false stroke from a batter to take wickets. Saw that from Mohammad Siraj in the first innings. Although he picked up one wicket, he was always trying something, using his variation. And options you can use as a fast bowler, of course, left of screen, the wobble seam used by Mohammad Siraj. Sometimes it confuses batters, not sure if the ball is coming in or going away as a right hand. And then you can use the cross seam. And the objective with the cross seam is if the ball hits the seam, you get a little extra bounce. If it hits the smooth side of the ball, it skids on to you with lack of bounce. So that's a way of subtly trying to get the better of the opposing batter as a fast bowler, something that the West Indies could apply. Jaiswal Holder in the last delivery, cross seam delivery, going into the pitch as well, maybe trying to extract that extra bit of bounce. Good to see.
I reckon the advent of T20 cricket has really played a major role in most bowlers having so many different varieties.
End of the over, 92 without loss.
End of the over. After 28 overs, India 92 without loss. Jaiswal unbeaten on 42. Rohit Sharma is not out on 36. Jaiswal Holder, 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 9.
.750 square kilometers of beauty, Dominica, major isle of the Caribbean.
No! Keep going, man. Rotate. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Rotate.
It's well positioned in the Caribbean, Dominica, the island country. Very close to Guadeloupe, to Martinique. course, Guadeloupe to the northwest of the island country of Dominica, Martinique to the south-southeast.
Come on, boys. Not here, boys. Not here, boys. Not here, boys. Energy for Rochi, man. Here, boys. Boys, slide it, Roach.
Of course, Dominica being voted #1 in 2022 by the Tourism and Leisure magazine, with unspoilt natural beauty, lush rainforests, stunning waterfalls, world-renowned hiking trails. Definitely a paradise for adventure seekers, lots of underwater activities if you're into that, and a range of accommodations from luxury resorts to boutique hotels. Playing a miss. So close from Kima Roach.
Beautifully bowled. Good seam position. Right in that area where Sharma had to play. Just went past the outside edge.
Follow that up, Slider. Follow that up, Slider. Keep coming, master.
I don't think Kima Roach would mind that pull shot too much, because 1 or 2 are keeping low and playing that pull shot, and it keeps a bit low and you miss like before or bowled. So I don't think Kima Roach would mind that too much.
Two runs from the over, 94 without loss. Ten overs from the spinners. Other overs bowled by the seamers, still without a wicket. The West Indies. Very controlled start with the ball at the start of day 2. One of the things that Craig Brathwaite will also want to do is try to balance that defensive, patient approach with some attacking intent as well. That's his real challenge in this situation.
Yeah, I agree there, because even though you're playing the patience game, trying to minimize run scoring opportunities, at the same time you have to try at least show wicket taking intent as well. Because it's a good surface, it's not like he's seaming all over the place or swinging around, so eventually you'll get something. You have to at least look to take wickets as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have discussed an approach to get Yashasvi Jaiswal out once his technical deficiency. So him flashing at one outside the line of the off stump. So maybe just trying to find that outside edge. Of course, Jason Holder and Yashasvi Jaiswal both played for the Rajasthan Royals in the recent IPL. So there is a little bit of background knowledge about each other that could be exploited both ends.
He's one of those players Jaiswal, who love to go on the attack. Right? And Jason Holder probably knows that, having played together with him in the IPL. So he's testing his patience, because he probably thinks sooner or later he's going to go for a big shot. So if that's the plan, it is a good plan.
Yeah, for Rohit Sharma, we've seen his release being that pull off the hip. Although the line generally is outside the off stump, he's been able to turn the strike over by playing that shot through the leg side with the short of a length delivery. So maybe Craig Brathwaite could think about having a fielder in that square leg catching position. Just to push Rohit Sharma to do something different, given the fact that they're concentrating primarily on that line outside the off stump. Another play and a miss. Good stuff from Jason Holder. 95 without loss.
95 without loss. Another tiny over from Jason Holder, just the one run off it. He now has figures of 8 overs, 4 million, none for 10. Jaiswal remains unbeaten on 44. Rohit Sharma not out on 37.
India watchful, cautious, first half hour on day 2. That was the closest the West Indies came to the first wicket. In a position to dictate terms now. Batting for the first time together, Yashasvi Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma, 5 short for 100 partnership. Saw him play a reverse sweep the last over of day 1. But he's been watchful, left well in the first half hour on day 2. As I say, a very good morning to Samuel Badri.
Good morning, Ronak. Good morning, everyone. A solid start by India. Just really being cautious, as you'd expect in the first half an hour or so on day 2.
Did I just see an Indian flag? He's one of us. Good morning, sir. Has he got the West Indian flag on the other side? Just hoist the flag of the team that's in front. Play for the winning side.
Yeah, you strike me as that type. You have 2 t-shirts on, one with either team. So whoever wins, you just chuck the other one on and the other one off. Yeah, the West meets the East here in Dominica. Really pleased for Yashasvi Jaiswal and the way he's gone. He's shown great temperament, great skill. Opening the batting in Test match cricket isn't easy.
Excellent work. Athanaze. Short cover.
Just waiting for that full delivery, essentially, both batters. That's where they're looking to score. Great bit of fielding from the local lad.
We were saying they were solid and watchful in first half hour. Just seen Yashasvi Jaiswal change his mind a bit. End of the 31st, 96 without loss.
And the last ball of that came Roach over, not in control inside edge, so easily could have gone onto the stumps. No such luck for Kemar Roach and the West Indies. 100 deliveries now he's faced Yashasvi Jaiswal. And oftentimes you hear of batters talking about facing at least 200 deliveries. This was the last ball in that previous over. Maybe just trying to overhit it. Eyes lit up with the length. That bottom hand coming into play.
Calls of catch it, but well short. It just looks like after the first half, Yashasvi Jaiswal's keen to play a few more shots. Last ball of the previous over, first of this one.
Yeah, a couple of fielders positioned in the deep backward square and fine leg, waiting for that type of stroke. Unfortunately for him, fell way in front of both those fielders. Flag waving fans as you have come to expect here in Dominica.
I just saw Rohit Sharma have a word with Jaiswal at the end of the last over. Just remind him, plenty of time. Already developed a reputation of cashing in on his big starts, on his early starts. 900s, just 250s. It's not the other way around. 900s in 15 first-class games. Thought with how things went yesterday, Sam, that they might have started with pace one end and spin the other. Happy with Holder and Roach?
I think it was sort of a conservative approach by the West Indies to use their two most experienced fast bowlers and search for a wicket early up. Don't think it'll be too long before we see the entry off spin Rakeem Cornwall, perhaps before Jomel Warrican, because of the bounce and the turn that he was able to extract yesterday.
guys.
99 without loss.
That's the over. After 32 overs, it's India 99. without loss. Ladies and gentlemen,
Change in bowling.
operating from the
Alzari Joseph for the first time on the second day. Took the new ball with Kima Roach yesterday afternoon. So we still wait on spin for the first time. Started off from the Billy Doctor of Pavilion end, ball 3. Came back for a short burst with 2 from the river end, which is where he picks up from now.
And bowling from the river end, there are a few patches of grass on the surface closer to the batter, more so for the right-handed batter. So it'll be interesting to see if that's sort of the areas that Alzari Joseph will be targeting. You can see a few patches in areas that will be of interest to the bowlers.
Pulled away, and it will be 50 on Test debut for Yashasvi Jaiswal. He is living up to the promise of his potential. The very first time he takes the stage in international cricket.
Yeah, a couple of landmarks with this shot. Maiden Test half-century on debut for the young man. 100 partnership as well between himself and the captain. What a moment for him. First of many.
It's also the first boundary of the bat today. Partnership in excess of 100, and it's also the first 100-run opening partnership for India since December 2021. Took 16 balls to get off the mark, Yashasvi Jaiswal. He's now outscoring his captain. So new opening pair. It's been an auspicious start.
Really a phenomenal talent, young Jaiswal. Last 10 batters to score 50 on Test debut for India. Some eminent names on that list. A few who have gone off the radar in recent times. Pretty sure one of them. Just wonder if he can convert this 50 into a century. He has 9 centuries in first-class cricket and 2 half-centuries. So usually when he goes past 50, he gets to 100. That has been the way he operates.
Yeah, and the transition is seamless. First-class cricket to Test match cricket. Of course, has played international quality bowling with significant ease in this year's IPL. But a first-class career that has allowed for him to cut the queue. He's made the most of his opportunity. 104 without loss.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of 33 overs, it's India 104 without loss. Highlight of the over, half century from Jaiswal. He made his 50 of 104 balls, hitting 7 fours. He's now not out on 52. The partnership stands at 104 with Rohit Sharma.
Can I just give her a minute? Can I just give her a minute? Yeah, that's what I said.
All Mumbai pair of Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal. 104. Last time India saw an opening partnership in excess of 100. Goes 13 tests back. Mayank Agarwal and KL Rahul in South Africa. Right, spin for the first time. Today, Rakim Cornwall. 4 overs, final session yesterday. Got a few to turn and bounce away from Yashasvi Jaiswal. Impact that India's spinners had on day 1. West Indies are to stay in this game. Cornwall has a job to do. Slip in place and refer it short leg.
Oh yes, Jamas.
Sneaks a single. Jaiswal, very attentive. That's such an important part of the game as well. The run between the wickets and the intent to score. This man on screen also scored a wonderful century on debut against the West Indies. So Jaiswal is in good company from that standpoint and that knowledge sharing.
Catch it, Raymond.
But they've been on trouble this morning, runner.
Yeah, interesting that Craig Brathwaite started with a long on and a deep mid wicket for Rohit Sharma. He's been cautious so far, the Indian captain.
Oh, yours.
It's an innings of great personal significance for Rohit as well, Sam. He's batting in a test match in the West Indies after 7 years. Last time he was here, he was middle order batter in Virat Kohli's team in 2016. Didn't play in 2019.
Oh, jeez. Oh.
India announcing the T20I squad. These are the 2 formats now that we expect to see Rohit Sharma in: Test cricket and ODI cricket. A big appeal from Rakim Cornwall. Plenty of turn, but Michael Goff isn't interested. Doesn't look like there's a conference from Craig Brathwaite. So the West Indies will not review. That'll interest Cornwall.
There's some vicious turn on that occasion.
Catch it, Raymond.
Well bowled. Just a single from that Rakim Cornwall. Over 105 without loss. And this is the appeal for LBW. Height was also caught in slip, but no bat or glove involved. There you can see Jermaine Blackwood also appealing whilst falling. A little bit of a conference between captain, vice captain and bowler. Couple deliveries ago. Bounce and turn. Just look at that sharp turn. Beating Rohit Sharma. I'm not interested. Too much bounce. That was the issue that time, and maybe doing too much. Unscathed, India. Excellent job yesterday with the ball and really good start with the bat. Setting up stall for a long, long innings.
Excellent half century from Yashasvi Jaiswal.
Yeah, good control. Really patient at the start, just waited on anything that was loose, and we know his propensity to score boundaries. Look at that shot. That was late yesterday evening, the last over of the day's play. Reverse swept. What a moment for the young man.
No!
Yeah, shown great maturity. Thought if he was going to reverse sweep the last ball or the last over of the first day, that's how we may see Yashasvi Jaiswal start off. But respected a new day in his first test. There's a man back.
Just wonder what else Craig Brathwaite is thinking in terms of getting wickets. Very difficult situation that they found themselves in after that horrendous batting performance, after they've won the toss. Really abject batting display from everyone in that batting lineup. And now their bowlers are tasked with the responsibility of dragging them back in this contest. Might just be a case of a challenge that is insurmountable. But they'll have to believe, have to find a way to prize one out. Return to Alzari Joseph, and I just think that against a right-handed batter, there are a few areas that he can possibly target. 2 slips in position as well. Maybe with the additional pace and bounce that he gets, can pose some challenges.
Over.
106 without loss.
"35 overs completed, India 106 without loss. The West Indies made 150.
It's a deep batting lineup
means that
for
India
India.
is trailing by 44 runs.
Shardul Thakur is
with all 10 wickets
slotted to come in as late as 9. Right, big appeal from Rakeem Cornwall last over. Michael Goff turned it down. There wasn't any interest, and that's why.
Oh yes, Jimmy. Well bowled, Jimmy.
Yeah, tall man, Rakeem Cornwall, with a high release point. So usually gets a lot of bounce. But he's getting a lot of purchase off the surface as well. Operating from around the wicket.
Oh yes, Jimmy.
Leading wicket taker in the West Indies domestic first class season. 35 wickets, Rakeem Cornwall. Hence his reintroduction into the team in the absence of the injured Gudakesh Moti. Look at that. Huge appeal. Joshua De Silva went up immediately. Nothing from the umpire. Both the wicketkeeper and the vice captain, the slip fielder, thinks he's edged it and he's reviewed it.
TV umpire to director, players review for caught behind. I've checked the original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision, please? Okay, I'll need Ultra Edge to confirm that there's no bat. I see a gap between bat and ball. Q, roll through, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. All the way. All the way. Just clip the shirt. And into the keeper's gloves, please. Thank you. I'm going back to Michael on field. Michael, you can stay with your not out. You can signal now.
Spot on, Michael Goff. It's an excellent decision on field. There's another appeal. Still nothing from the umpire.
This is some good bowling from Cornwall, and this is the type of pressure they want to exert. Really interested to see how Yashasvi Jaiswal responds when he's faced with a pressure situation. Two good deliveries in succession. A little bit of bat there, and that's the response. This is what I want to see. How does he cope with this pressure? 106 without loss.
Testing over from Rakim Cornwall. Close to the outside edge. Close to the inside edge in the LBW. Triggering reaction from Yashasvi Jaiswal last ball. Can't wait for more of Rakim Cornwall. All happened in the last over. Now Alzari Joseph to continue. Rohit Sharma picks that up magnificently. Might have gone all the way. Umpires will check. But how easy was that?
Yeah, nonchalant from Rohit Sharma, just with the angle, clipping it. Nice supple wrist. Just look at that, how easy and elegant he does it. Did it go all the way? That's the question. Not entirely sure. Didn't see it initially. Very close to that boundary cushioning. Rohit Sharma has looked quite easy throughout the course of this innings, largely on trouble. Very experienced, as we know in international cricket. Rohit Sharma likes this opposition as well. Is looking for a better angle perhaps of that, just to confirm.
Right, Murray Erasmus. How do you see that? Sees that as one that goes all the way. So, second six for Rohit Sharma. 44 now, his highest score in the West Indies. It's just had just the two innings, the test match at St. Lucia in 2016, batted in the middle order. It's also his highest score in last 7 test innings, after that magnificent 100 in the opening test against Australia at Nagpur in March.
May not go all the way. Oh, in fact, it will. Holder gave up the chase. So Rohit, who's been watchful all morning, now has 2 boundaries in an over.
One very deliberate, and the other a little bit of an outside edge portion of the bat. Anyway, the outfield quickening up. Much faster today than it was yesterday. Moves on to 48 now, on the cusp of another Test half-century. This partnership certainly blossoming.
Oh.
Just the nature of the pickup shot, Sam. It seems like Rohit's in complete control. Doesn't put a foot wrong. Outside edge for 4, perhaps the closest he's gotten to not being in control this morning.
Almost West Indian-like when he plays that shot, Rohit Sharma. One of the better Indian batters against short bowling, fast bowling. Good at the short ball, good at the pull shot, Rohit Sharma. Opposite ends of the spectrum. They might be diametrically opposed with T-shirts, but I'm sure they're supporting the cricket nonetheless. Really nice to see the camaraderie.
Oh.
11 of that over. India 117 without loss. And it's time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the over after 37 overs, 117 without loss. The scores, India. It's also going to be drinks at this point. A quick recap of the morning's proceedings. India resuming from 80 without loss. They've since moved on to 117 without loss. Jaiswal unbeaten on 54, and Rohit Sharma, 1 run away from his 50. He's not out on 49. Bowling figures so far: Zari Joseph, 8 overs, none for 42. Kima Roach, 8 overs, none for 15. Rakim Cornwall, 6 overs, none for 18. Jomel Warrican, 6 overs, none for 20. And Jason Holder, 9 overs, none for 13. Ladies and gentlemen, it shall be a breach of the terms and conditions of entry to the venue for any ticket holder to engage in any conduct, whether through use of elaborate gestures or otherwise.
117 without loss here at Windsor Park in Dominica. Jaiswal, Yashasvi Jaiswal with a half century on debut so far. Rohit Sharma on 49. Almost a fairy tale story, his rise from a very young man. All the challenges and difficulties that he's faced coming through the youth stages, and the realization of a dream of international cricket with a half century, and he'll want more. The one thing that challenges in your life and difficulties teach you is to make it big when you do make it. No wickets yet for any of the West Indians. Obviously, hold with great control today. India trailed though by only 33. What pleases us even more is being here in Dominica, a great place to discover your adventurous side. Coastline features picturesque bays, coves and cliffs. You can paddle along the shore, taking in the scenic views, possibly even a spot of marine life. Indigenous people, great part of the culture of this wonderful nature isle. Selman might say that her country is as picturesque and as beautiful. Morning to you, Shakira.
Good morning, Fish. Good morning, viewers. Barbados is just as beautiful, I think. But Dominica has its beauty in its own right. Lots to see around Dominica. I haven't been here since 2014, I think it was. I'm very happy to be back. I've enjoyed just looking around, seeing the river flowing just behind our con box. Hopefully, I get a chance to explore.
So, our producer will try to make that happen. The big man, affectionately known as Jimbo, in his previous over, did cause and challenge Yashasvi Jaiswal with his prodigious turn and bounce. West Indies thought they had something there. Cornwall thought he had something there as well. He'll be hoping, Shakira, that it leads to maybe a little bit more adventure from Rohit and from Jaiswal, leading to a false stroke.
You saw, because of that turn, Cornwall was able to get Jaiswal going to a sweep shot. And if you're a West Indian bowler or a West Indian fan, you're not unhappy with that. What will be key though is just how well the other bowlers, and in particular the pace bowlers, can support Cornwall.
Sharp in there. Sharp in there. Come up.
That'll be 54, Rohit Sharma. His 15th in Test match cricket. And he too will be hoping to capitalize and make this a significant, a much more significant score, having laid this platform here in this first Test match. So far in his career with those twin hundreds in that debut series for Rohit Sharma. Every time he's got 50 against the West Indies, he's gone on to 100.
Oh. Jimmy.
It really is a good opportunity for him to get 100. He hasn't gotten 100 for a while.
None, Craig, none, Craig.
You made a good point about what can the West Indies get from the other end. They seem at the moment anyway to enjoy the pace, the extra pace of Alzari Joseph coming on to them. Sometimes that could lead to a wicket, but so far a spell of 3 overs for 17. There are options for Craig Brathwaite. Jamel Warrican is he's a lot only down, run one on his own. Athanaze can also bowl some tidy off spin. Raymond Reefer is someone who isn't used as much with his left arm seam. But all of that is ahead of us. 119 without loss.
End of the first over after drinks. India 119 without loss after 38 overs.
Jamel Warrican is the second primary spinner, so you'd expect them to go to him first. Lovely drone shots. Every time we see it, I don't know what you're thinking about this if you're on the subcontinent with some of these overhead views. Warrican into the attack, but it really does sell the experience of Dominica and its landscape. Best of both worlds, really. Ecotourism and water sports.
Go enjoy.
Now, can Jamal experience some success here?
Oh, yes, Joey. Well bowled, Joe.
West
Really
Indies
good,
will be
Joey.
looking to Jamal Warrican to almost replicate what Jadeja was able to do for India.
Joey, work, Joey. Down, nine. Advantage.
Every now and again, you saw Jadeja just run the ball on straight,
Go in, Joe.
pulling that iron ball and then getting it to spin away.
Oh, catch it. Oh, well bowled, Joey.
And what
good,
really
Joey.
stood out,
Love that,
what
Joe.
always stands out,
Go and walk, killer.
is his
Come on, walk, killer.
accuracy. And that's what Jamal Warrican needs to display here.
Rosary. Well done, Craig.
When you guys interviewed Athanaze yesterday, he said
Go in, Joe Mel.
that Jadeja wasn't getting the ball to spin that much, but he was very accurate, and that's where he caused trouble.
Don't give him that war. All he's waiting for. War.
Jadeja with good pace too. That's one of the challenges that he poses.
Oh, yes, Joe Bell.
A good start. Maiden over. 119 without loss.
End of the over. After 39, it's India 119.
India's captain helping to set the tone very early in this test series, the start of a new World Test Championship cycle. Shown his aggressive side, but also shown his diligence and is willing to spend time at the crease this morning.
Go ahead, boys. Come on in, Jamaz. Working for one, boys. Come on.
Deep mid-wicket and long on in place, as well as a short square leg.
Oh, yes. Well
You
done,
feel, you just get a sense that Cornwall will make something happen.
Oh, no, Raymond. Long drive, Craig. Excuse him.
Good again from Cornwall.
Work, Jamaz.
You see Rohit Sharma advancing, trying to smother that spin.
In the air. Roach cannot get to it. That's what I mean. Cornwall is creating pressure. And you just get that sense that something was building and is still building.
After using his feet, he chooses to go for the sweet shot. No deep square leg in place. Luckily for him, it just goes over Kimar Roach.
Oh, yes, Jamaz. Really good, Jimmy.
Beautiful, Jimmy.
Off in place.
We'll take one. Okay. Oh, yes, Jamaz.
Working, Jim. You're working, Jimbo.
Working, Jimmy.
Just one off the over. 120 without loss.
40 overs in the book. India 120. Jaiswal beaten on 55. The partnership
There's a little knock on the helmet there, so the protocol has to be
India, they're trailing
applied.
by 30 runs.
Sure he
Remember,
is
West Indies
concussed,
made
Shakira.
150 yesterday.
Seems quite fine. But as per the rules, he has to be checked before he can carry on. Attempted sweet shot. Bit of extra bounce. Just hitting the peak of the helmet. And onto the crest. But he's good to go.
Virat waiting patiently for his turn.
Go in, War. Work, Joey, work, Joey. Nah.
Of course, for this home series 2023, Caribbean fans, the Caribbean issued MasterCard. Visit westindiescricket.com to get details of a 20% discount on any West Indian home match in this calendar year. Oh my goodness.
Well, Joe.
Not something you see every day for Jamel Warrican. That tells you a bit.
Bit of turn and surprising everyone. Just seeing that cast doubt in the batter's minds. I'd like to see this long off brought in.
Oh, yes, boy. Well, Joey.
Shakira, I think that's where you mentioned Jadeja earlier. This is where Jadeja was good. He would just see one turn and then he would undercut it and just slide it into the pad as a follow-up. Silly point is now gone over. That's something I'm sure Jamel Warrican has at the back of his mind with 2 deliveries gripping.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Tej, go and put in his stuff. Arms courageous. Catch it. Ball, Warrior killer. You, Tej. I'll go do it.
Saw that reverse sweep last over yesterday.
Yours, Warrior killer.
None so far today. 11 dot balls in a row to Yashasvi Jaiswal. 121 for 1 without loss. Pardon.
Work, Jimmers. Boy, catch it, catch it, catch it, catch it.
Wow. This is day 2 of the test match, remember.
Go in, Jimmy.
Ball really is turning quite prodigiously.
Catch it, Raymond.
And that's where you look at Cornwall and Ravichandran Ashwin and the amount of spin they've been able to extract from the surface. Cornwall spinning it at over 5.4 degrees. Warrican, we know, is not a big spinner. 2.8 degrees. Ashwin was 5.2 degrees of purchase, and Jadeja 3.3. So Warrican, the least impartation of revs, I suppose.
Catch it! No, no!
Wow.
Go in, Jamas. Oh, Jamas, really good, Jimmy.
That's remarkable. It looks as if he's bowling a strawberry.
Really good,
the ball
Jimmy.
looks so tiny in his hands, Cornwall. Maiden over 1-2-1 without loss.
Tidy over from Rocky Cornwall on maiden over. Now has figures of 9 overs, 2 maidens done for 21. India 121 without loss.
Shakira Selman, the West Indies Women's International World Cup winner as well, alongside me. Talk a lot about pitches in the Caribbean. In your mind,
Well, ball, Warri.
which has been
Really good,
the
War.
best and fairest surface that you experienced in recent years?
Ball, Warri.
I'd have to say the ground in St. Lucia during Sammy ground at Boziju. It's been pretty even for bowlers and batters. Just recently we saw the concluded series between West Indies women and Ireland, and they were able to use the same pitch for 3 games in a row, and it held together quite nicely. Here we're seeing lots of turn on day 2.
Yeah.
Only day 2 of this test match.
Leg slip has gone in, so that extra cover area to the right of your screen is open. So Warrican wants Jaiswal to think about opening the face of the bat to get through there and maybe open up the gate.
Well done, Craig.
And if he does bowl, let's say a middle stump line, bringing short leg and leg slip into play, or deep square leg.
Well done, Craig.
Good from Brathwaite.
Go in, Warri.
Really good diving effort there by Captain Craig Brathwaite, keeping Jaiswal on straight. Warrican's lengths are also going to be important here. He doesn't want to get too full, where it becomes a lot easier for Jaiswal to drive that ball through the vacant cover area.
Down, that. Good, that. Slide.
Yeah,
slide
spot
that.
on.
That.
Still no run.
Well done, Jimmy.
1, 2, 3 for none.
That's the end of the over after 43. India 123 without loss.
Cornwall slightly slower than Jamel Warrican. Wow. It's interesting because just looking at Cornwall, one of those guys who seem to bowl a heavy ball as well. Warrican much quicker, but a much shorter, flatter sort of trajectory.
Now, obviously, explaining why Cornwall is extracting a lot more turn, besides the amount of reps he's putting on the ball.
Go in, Jimmy. Worry.
I think you were talking off here, Shakira Selman, about bringing that long off up to mid-off for Yashasvi Jaiswal, given the bounce.
Oh,
and I think it's a really good idea.
Go, Jimmy.
Cause and only because of the bounce that Cornwall is getting, it'll be harder to hit him bottom right of your screen where Jason Holder is.
Oh, go, Jimmy. Work, Jimmy.
Yeah, I just keep thinking it has to be a very difficult shot to execute with the ball bouncing so much.
Oh, Jimmy. Really good, Jimmy. Really good, Jimas.
I think maybe Craig Brathwaite could bring Jason Holder a bit tighter, even if he doesn't want him too close. Just ask him to go over the top.
Oh!
Terrific. Again. 1-2-4 without loss.
Angled in. Just turning and bouncing once more from Cornwall. It's troubling the batters here.
India 124 Jaiswal 57, Sharma is beaten at 53. Last over ball by Warrican Cornwall, he conceded just 1 run. The figures of 10 overs.
Just a few concerns here because a member of the medical staff has come onto the field to check on Rakeem Cornwall, and if you did wander off for a commercial break, he was sort of touching his chest a minute or two ago. So clearly he's not feeling 100%.
You do recall yesterday evening, he did leave the field because he wasn't feeling too well. Just there showing the physiotherapist that he's experiencing some pain in his chest. The West Indies will be hoping he can carry on and fight through.
To prolong that, I like that phrase you used because it applies to Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal as well, doesn't it? To carry on and fight through. This is test match cricket, and so to get through these tough periods is critical to batting lengthy periods of time and scoring hundreds, because you'll get something like that eventually when you've absorbed the pressure.
And this is Rohit Sharma showing his class, fighting through the tough periods, knowing that a delivery will come in his zone and capitalizing.
Very different from Baz ball, isn't it? So.
Oh, well bowled, Warkilla. Really well bowled, Worry. Keep going here, boys. That vibe till lunch, man. Come on here, boys. Come on, boys. We're searching, boys. Come on. Oh, I worry. Really good, Warkilla. Really good, buddy. Keep it up, boys. Come on here, man. Build that vibe here, boys. Catch it, Craig. Oh.
Quicker and ripping off the surface. Yet again, 128 without loss. Yeah, indications of continued purchase officer. Cornwall. You know, just from that angle there, right? You know, just watching Ravichandran Ashwin, that it's where Ashwin's carom ball,
Jimmy.
his ability to slide the ball on with the arm to complement his off spinner, that helps him to create so much doubt using angles.
Yeah, it's what makes you think you always have to play.
Oi, Jimmers. Work, Jimmy. It's really good from us, boys. Come on,
That ball
man.
being angled in like that.
Oi, Jimmers.
And if the bowler possesses a carom ball like Ashwin does, you have no idea which direction it's going. That's why he's so threatening.
Yeah, you have to be prepared to pick it.
Oi, Jimmy.
And as a batter, you have to be prepared to forget about those that go past the edge and continue on. 128 without loss.
And on the over after 46, India 128 without loss. Another good over from Warrican, Cornwall, a maiden. 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 22.
Rakeem Cornwall just making his way off the field. He had his challenge on day one when he was feeling ill, left the field for a while. Devin in black, substitute fielder. Young man from Guyana.
Lunch, how much still lunch?
Seen some really good spin bowling last few overs or so from Warrican and Rakeem Cornwall. Exploited significant turn from the surface as well as bounce.
Oh yes, Worry.
And you can do that on a consistent basis at good pace as Warrican is currently operating. You never know which one will turn, which one will go straight on with the arm.
None.
And as a right-handed batter, you're always trying to protect that front pad. And you're playing for that delivery that comes in with the angle. If it passes the outside edge of the bat, then so be it.
Oh yes, Worry.
Really good containing bowling, Darren.
Indeed. Scoring rate under 3. with two well-set batters, so there is a clear plan from the West Indian bowlers as a collective. But I feel they missed a little bit of an opportunity in the first hour to attack a little bit more.
Joey, want to turn and bounce from there, Joey, come on.
As was mentioned, at the start of a day's play, batters are usually vulnerable.
No, Joey, down, Kirk.
A gift accepted by Rohit Sharma. We just spoke about the consistency from the spinners. That one was a gentle full toss presented and neatly dispatched.
Yeah, Rohit Sharma is too good a batter to miss out on a full toss when he's well set. 61 with that boundary. That's a real challenge. If you don't prize batters of this quality early in their innings, you'll pay a heavy price. We've seen it in the past, their conversion rate. That is what will be a worry.
Oh, easy, Skull, easy.
Just the 4 from that over, 132 without loss.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new bowler from the BDW Pavilion End, the West Indies captain, number 11, Craig.
Nothing in that wickets column yet for any of the West Indian bowlers. 5 of them used so far. And we're going to have a 6th. The captain himself, Craig Brathwaite, 29 wickets in Test match cricket. Very much a part-time off spinner. Rakim Cornwall not on the field at the moment.
Done.
Just sometimes, Darren, when we have these part-timers come on to bowl as a batter, you relax a little bit. And in doing so, you can be dismissed. So it's important that these two don't drop the intensity.
I don't advise classifying him as a part-timer. He's got a 5-for in Test match cricket, Craig Brathwaite. He's got 29 wickets to his name, so on a pitch that is turning, he's a threat.
Work, Craigie, work, Craigie.
What he has is a wide arm action. He has the ability to bowl the arm ball. He can turn the ball as well. And he varies his pace, so I would not taking him lightly.
Working, Craigie.
All of his experience showing and just passing that knowledge and information on to the youngster at the other end. They've worked really well in tandem.
Really
this
good,
right-left combination, something that India has been searching for. This may just be the pair that we'll see at the top for them for some time.
Really good ball. Oh, down, Rochi.
Couple coming from that over. 134 without loss.
End of the over, just the 2 runs off it. India 134 without loss.
Yeah, so good to have a prolific pair at the top of the innings in Test match cricket. Quite a few responsibilities for that role. Of course, to produce runs, but also pave the way for the other batters to come. Shubman Gill at number 3 has had ample time to assess the conditions, the approach. He'll be more informed.
Another helmet on the field. Athanaze. Silly mid off, silly mid on for Rohit Sharma. Still in search of their first wicket, the West Indies. Again, prodigious turn from Warrican. And the pace at which it turns as well. It's not slow by any stretch. Quite quick through the air. Just look at that. Vicious.
Keep going, Joe.
Catch it.
That one went on with the arm. We saw Athanaze put on his helmet there, Darren. If you put on your captain's hat, captain the West Indies a couple of times during your career, what can Craig Brathwaite do at this point?
He has to clearly establish which bowlers are going to produce wickets for him, of course, given the conditions that he currently faces. He's, of course, invested a lot in Rakeem Cornwall, Jamel Warrican. And quite rightly so. Spin seems to be the way forward in these conditions here at Windsor Park. But he also has to understand the role required now by his fast bowlers. How does he complement the spinners with the fast bowlers? Felt that in that early burst from Kemar Roach and Jason Holder, he could have been a little more attacking, maybe exploit Rohit Sharma a little bit more. He's been vulnerable to the ball coming into him from the fast bowlers, gotten out on a number of occasions via the LBW route. 20% of his innings in Test match cricket going via LBW.
Got a few extras here. Fleet-footed Jermaine Blackwood in pursuit. Very fast, as you'd expect from Jamaica. Premeditated stroke from Jaiswal. 137 without loss. He decided to play the shot quite early. I don't know if Warrican saw him. Fired it in a little bit wide. No contact from the batter nor the wicketkeeper. Still trailing by 13 runs, all wickets intact, India. Dominant all through yesterday, all three sessions, and dominant in the first one on day 2 as well. Still searching for their first. Brathwaite will continue.
Catch it. Going, Craig, guys.
Ravi Ashwin picked up 5 wickets yesterday. Just look at the variations from him. The carom ball to get that wicket off Alzari Joseph. And then the regulation stock delivery. Bounce and turn to get Jamel Warrican straight to the fielder. But because of this cluster of deliveries, the consistency, rarely does he allow you to score off him. And that builds pressure. And then when he has those variations to add to that,
Yes, Craig, guys, man.
it makes it so difficult. And then when he's getting the type of response from the surface, the bounce and the turn, such a clever and cunning bowler, Ashwin.
Oh, Craig,
Spoke about the ups and downs in his career. Of course, he missed out in the World Test Championship final not too long ago. Second highest wicket taker for India in Test match cricket. Really has some phenomenal numbers behind his name. Oftentimes find himself as the bowler to be left out when conditions don't necessarily suit him. 138 without loss.
Like $1,000,000, Greg.
50 overs now completed. India 138 without loss. Rohit Sharma is not out on 64. Jaiswal is unbeaten on 58. India, they're trailing by 12 runs on first innings.
Lush green tapestry here in Dominica. Always known for its natural beauty. The Nature Isle, as it's fondly called in these parts. Flora and fauna, something to behold. Rivers, waterfalls. If you're a nature lover, this is the place to be. Just having a quick drink. Players out in the middle, but what a morning it has been for India. Their debutant, Jaiswal, registering half-century. Rohit Sharma, another one he's notched up. Century opening stand unbroken at the moment. Had 27 overs in the day's play. 58 runs scored, still trailing by 12. They'll be looking to get rid of that deficit as they head into lunch in a few minutes' time. With all wickets intact, I'm sure that would be the plan. Silly mid off, silly mid on, slip in position.
Go, Joey.
Long off and mid on. Also has a deep mid wicket in play.
Work, Joey.
But they've been very patient and watchful, haven't they, Darren? Waiting on anything loose. And if they've gotten good deliveries, they've respected them.
Oh, Joey.
I also reckon the real hallmark of this partnership is the decisiveness in the footwork that we've seen from Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal. Committed themselves when they play forward and have used the depth of the crease quite nicely when they're playing back.
Down, Craig, down, Craig.
Haven't really seen indecision from these two, and all credit to them. We've seen some significant turn, some inconsistent bounce. So to maintain that approach with all these happenings, it's been quite impressive to look at.
Yeah, I hear you. There's one school of thought that in a situation like this, a batter might think that one delivery has his name on it and might play in a certain way. So credit to these two that they've maintained their concentration.
Oh, well ball, Joey.
And they've still stuck
Really
to
good,
that
Joey.
patient and watchful approach. Other
Really
batters
good,
might
Joe,
want to take on the bowlers. Haven't seen that bounce and turn, but not these two. They've grown in confidence, certainly, but they've
Working, Jomel.
exercised caution as you should in Test match cricket. So much to learn from the West Indian batters and the approach that they displayed yesterday.
Oh! Go enjoy.
140 without loss. Lots of cloud cover beyond the mountain tops. Hills and valleys.
Go ahead, Craigie. Working, Bo. Keep going, Bo.
Just to finish that point I was making about the approach that I would have liked to see from Craig Brathwaite at the start of the day's play, of course, not being to attack a little bit more.
Oh, Craigie.
And maybe to exploit any possible deficiency in these two batters. Of course, a small sample size for Jaiswal. He's only played, what, 16 or so first-class matches, so still a lot to see. But Rohit Sharma, of course, we've seen him
Going, Bo. Working, Bo.
gotten out on a number of occasions via the LBW route. So evidence of that in this innings earlier.
None. Well done, Alec.
Yeah. Late on day one, there was a close LBW shout of the bowling of Alzari Joseph. It was the umpire's call. Initial decision not out, and then Rakeem Cornwall today also producing a close one. A little too much turn on that occasion.
Oh, yes, Craigie.
That is why I feel early on the line of attack should have been a little bit straighter with that intent to get Rohit out very early in his innings on day two. Now when he's well set, makes it much more difficult for the West Indian bowlers.
Catch it. Oh, nobody's there.
Protection in the deep.
Hey, no. Well done, Tish. That's it.
Just a single. Another tidy over from the West Indies. 142 without loss.
After 52 overs, it's India 142 without loss.
Big scoreboard in the foreground, in the background rather. Flags fluttering. Nice passing breeze that the players would no doubt welcome. It's usually quite humid out in the middle, surrounded by the hills here at Windsor Park.
I also feel that Craig Brathwaite should not diminish the role that the fast bowlers in this West Indian side has to play. Both Alzari Joseph, Kemar Roach, Jason Holder has a role to support the spinners. Of course, he might peg more responsibility on the spinners to get wickets. We always talk about bowling in partnerships, so in a situation like this, when an opposition team is approaching more and more control of the game, that balancing act between attack and defense could come from bowling an attacking bowler alongside one that is a little more defensive. That requires you as a captain identifying who are your attacking bowlers on the day, which ones are going to play that holding role.
Oh, Joey. Go enjoy.
What we've seen so far, Rakeem Cornwall
Working,
looks the most threatening of all the West Indian bowlers, so him on the park will be a little bit of a concern for Craig Brathwaite and the West Indies.
Oh, Joey. Go enjoy.
He looked the most potent, hasn't he? From what we've seen from the West Indians so far. Beaten the bat on a few occasions and on either side.
Catch it, Craig. Oh.
Who can Craig Brathwaite turn to? Just a few minutes before that luncheon interval. Another period in a batter's innings where he can be a little bit vulnerable, thinking about the break. Rohit Sharma just retreating for a short while just to gather his thoughts once again. Final delivery of the over.
Oh.
A maiden one. 142 without loss.
53 overs completed, a maiden over for Jaiswal Warrican. India 142 without loss. Jaiswal Warrican now with figures of 14 overs, 2 maidens, none for 34.
Nothing to show in the wickets column as yet. 6 bowlers used. Cornwall isn't available at the moment for Craig Brathwaite, so he will continue himself.
Craig, this side or next side?
Another bowler, Jason Holder. Might just be off the field.
Okay.
The other point I'd like to make in this situation, of course, this is the 54th over. It's important for the West Indians to manage the ball. In managing the ball, you give yourself a very good chance of getting reverse swing later on.
Oh. Bat only, Craig.
So that is something that you might want to think about.
Sort of stifled appeal from the bowler. Wicketkeeper thought it might have been pad first.
I thought so too. It sounded like it.
Kemar Roach is one bowler that can exploit reverse swing. He's bowled 4 overs in this session so far. Alzari Joseph 3, Jason Holder 5. So maybe there was an opportunity to bring back one of the fast bowlers just before the lunch interval. The option chosen by Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I think when he decided to bring himself on was an opportunity to perhaps get one of those 3 into the attack from that Billy Doctrove pavilion end. But I guess he's seen what Rakeem Cornwall did with his off spin and perhaps fancied his chances of doing something similar. But it's been all too easy for this spear.
So I've got 2 minutes, guys. We'll get another one in. So I've got 2 minutes.
Just 2 minutes, as you've heard.
We're gonna get it anyway,
By
buddy.
Michael Goff, indicating that we'll get one more in before lunch. Despite the attempt by Jaiswal. En route to make this the last. West Indies should be pushing for another one and see what they can do.
There's nobody there.
There's no one there.
Oh, Craig,
Quite funny. Just trying to make sure that this is the last. It isn't. There'll be one more. 144 without loss. Athanaze, the debutant from Dominica. The home crowd will be no doubt looking on intently to see what he will do. Excellent returns with the bat. Excellent. Might be too strong of a word. 47 on debut. Now he has an opportunity with the ball. Right, I'm off Burke. Seven first-class wickets for Athanaze. Decides to go round the wicket to the right-handed Rohit Sharma. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, long on in position. Can this be the breakthrough for the West Indies? Still trailed by 6 India. They've been unscathed throughout the innings.
Well done, Ray.
And this will be the final over before lunch, so a little bit of a tricky period, isn't it, Darren?
Indeed. But the experience of Rohit Sharma will know that you win this little phase. They go into lunch with full control of this test match. India just trailing by 6 runs.
I'd maybe like to see that long on in mid-on, maybe even the mid-wicket come in for this final over. If there's an opportunity to get a wicket by Rohit Sharma trying to go over the top, I think it's a gamble well worth taking.
Catch it. Go, Dad. 1.
1, possibly 2. No, just 1. So yeah, maybe just crowd the batter a little bit for these remaining deliveries. For the left-hander, Jaiswal, long off comes into mid-off. We saw Jaiswal play a reverse sweep last over of the day yesterday. What will he do last over before lunch on day 2? Few changes. Quite inexplicable, really, to take that fielder from silly mid-on and have him retreat to short mid-wicket. Yeah, no pressure in front of the bat. Two is the call, just 1. So 1 delivery remaining on the first session of day 2 in the first test here in Dominica. India still trailing by 4 runs, but they've got all 10 wickets in hand. Another dominant display from the visiting team. Silly mid-on for the right-hander. And leg slip. They'll be very happy with this session. Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal both registering half centuries. Jaiswal on debut. Captain with all of his experience, showing what it means to play Test cricket. 32 overs in this session, 66 runs. So very measured in their approach, very watchful and circumspect, and still able to put away anything loose that came their way. West Indies yet to find the breakthrough.
Solid test match batting from these two. India once more winning another session in this test match. It now goes to 4. And assuming more and more control as the test match progresses. Rahul Dravid, coach, quite pleased with the first session on day 2. It's been solid, it's been watchful, a little bit conservative from India, but they've managed to finish at lunch on day 2 at 146 without loss. Nearly equal contributions from their openers.
Seven bowlers used by the West Indies. None of them able to get anything in terms of the wicket-taking column. After the first session on day 2, West Indies yesterday getting bowled out for 150. India 146 without loss, still trailing by 4 runs. Both opening batters registering half centuries. We'll have a short break, and on the other side we'll have some analysis of the morning's session.
Back here in Dominica, we have the conclusion of the first session on day 2 of this first test match, and India have cemented their position in the game. 146 without loss. Jaiswal on debut on 62, Rohit Sharma on 68. West Indies have used, 7 bowlers, including Athanaze, but no ability to penetrate and breach this opening combination of batting so far. What does it say about the setup of the overview of the game? India trailing by just 4 runs with all 10 first innings wickets in hand. Sir Curtly Ambrose and Darren Ganga are alongside me in the very, very bright sunshine here at Windsor Park. Sir Curtly, no wickets yet, again. How do you sum up the way the West Indians as a group operated in that first session?
Well, certainly it's a tough day at the office, and this first session was going to be very important. It could set up the tone of which way the game is going. So far, West Indies has been unable to break this wonderful partnership. I mean, they bought some wicket-taking deliveries, some close shouts, but nothing in their favour at the moment.
I give basic,
Here, do well.
Well, I think it's their watchfulness at the start of the innings. They recognize that it's a new day, new challenges. They didn't just go out all guns blazing. They took time to assess the conditions, and then they recognized that it required application. I also like the decisiveness of their footwork. They were very committed when they played forward, even when they played back. They used the depth of the crease, and they were selective in their shot selection. They didn't try to be ultra aggressive, which I think is the way forward in these conditions here at Windsor Park.
Yashasvi Jaiswal notched up his debut half-century, his first, and I'm sure it won't be his last in international cricket. Again, talk to me about some of the good things that we see.
Well, what he's impressed me the most with is the fact that he's been able to adapt from the IPL, his ultra-aggressive mode, to now applying patience to his game, being selective when he's playing his strokes, his concentration powers, quite impressive. He's not overawed when he found himself in that tough phase facing Rakeem Cornwall. So that is a good sign. He's showing that he's got the ingredients to play this, the longest format of the game, and he's producing runs as well.
And so quickly, if we go to the other side of that opening partnership and all the experience of Rohit Sharma, the skills that he's acquired over the years that are serving him so well would be what?
I mean, he's a class player. There's no two ways about it. And he never looked to be in any sort of trouble at all on a pitch that's biting, bounce and turn for the spinners, Cornwall in particular. He just looked at home, really. When the opportunity to score presents itself, he cashed in. So, I mean, he's just a wonderful player, never seemed to be in trouble, and he looks to be on course to get a big total.
Darren, we often talk, as Curtly mentioned there, the ability of a batsman, opening batsman or general batsman, to be beaten by a seamer or a spinner, put that behind them, and then kick on. But for the bowler, someone like Cornwall, who's going past the outside edge, how does that impact his mindset?
Well, he can't get too excited with that significant turn that we've seen. He still has to exercise patience. He's bowled, what, just at about 11 overs or so. His economy rate is very good. He's going at just about 2 runs per over. So I would like to see him exercise patience. I would also like to see him attack if they get a wicket and have this partnership broken. Attack a little bit more to the new batter. So it's about gearing up in his attacking intent and also respecting the fact that, hey, the batter has the advantage on this occasion when they're well set.
Yeah, I thought Cornwall was able to get something out of the surface and really look a threat in that spell this morning.
He certainly bowled well. He put the ball in good areas. We kept asking questions of the batsmen, right? Went past the outside edge a few times, some drag back into the right-hander, and there were some moments where they really looked like they're going to break this partnership. But it hasn't happened so far. They got to regroup and come out after lunch and hopefully they can break his partnership as quickly as possible.
To add to that?
Yeah, I also think that they probably could encourage the Indian batters to probably play across the line because of that inconsistent bounce. We saw Rohit Sharma attempted that sweep shot to Rakeem Cornwall and fell short of Kemar Roach. So maybe inducing them to play more with a horizontal bat as against a vertical bat in these conditions might produce more wicket-taking opportunities.
The seamers after lunch, role to play?
Yes, I think so. I thought Jason Holder had a good spell this morning. He bowled in a channel where the length was good. But I had a word with him just now. I said to him, the only thing is, it was a bit too wide. The batsman left alone too many deliveries. But if you can get a little closer with the same length, you could get a few wickets.
All right, coming from you and coming from Darren Ganga, that's advice to the West Indies, advice to India as well, because they've got a young man out there in the middle who is living the dream. So this match sort of set up. Thank you very much to Darren. Thank you very much to Sir Kirtley. And a reminder of where the match is positioned. India 146 without loss, trailing by just 4. Rohit on 68, Jaiswal on 62. Athanaze bowled a solitary over, and of course a great chance and opportunity now to transcend this conversation with an overview of greater things. The Prime Minister, the Honourable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of Dominica, thank you very much for being here with us. It's a bit windy, so I just have to keep holding this paper here. Just tell me how excited you are, how excited the people of Dominica are to have international cricket back again.
Well, we're very happy. The last time I believe we were here in 2011 I believe so. So we're very happy to have it back, you know, and hosting the West Indies and India. We built the stadium, we maintain it in good condition. And Dominica has become an ideal place for cricket in the West Indies. So we're very excited about this, and especially with Alec making his debut.
Go a little deeper with that for me, and the general feeling of a young man growing up in Grand Bay now and getting to this stage, Alec Athanaze, and what this means for him, what this means for the people.
Well, for him, I mean, I think he's a great example. As you know, his story after Hurricane Maria in 2017, you know, he lost everything, like most of us did during the hurricane. But he persevered. He never gave up. And even speaking to him, he said to me that many times he felt like giving up, but there was something within him that kept him going. You know, and I think he's a good example for young people, not only in Dominica, but throughout the region, that you must not allow, you know, circumstances, negative ones, to determine your future, and set yourself on a goal. And so we're very excited and happy that finally the West Indies selectors were able to give him the nod and say, you are selected, and again, coincidentally, here in Dominica.
I think to give Alec credit, he created that opportunity through his very hard work himself. For other young cricketers, you've got Kavem Hodge, Abini St. John, Ernestine Fontaine of the West Indies under-19, 2 female cricketers, in addition to Kavem, who's come into the system and been around. What is in place to further develop and enhance the skills of these young cricketers and others who are coming behind?
Well, first of all, I would have thought that Kevin would have made it on the side.
Okay, wait, neither of us are selectors.
but yes, Kevin, we provided him a scholarship to go to UWI to get a degree, of course, because academics are also important. But also to play cricket. You had folks like Oscar George, who is the current Minister of Sports, was one of the recipients. We have an academy in Portsmouth. That's one of the first indoor. We also have an indoor practice pitch with artificial turf, where Kevin Hodge came from. And so he's been able to get that level of discipline and commitment to the game, and to enhance his skills. So we have a number of systems in place to provide the support to them and encourage them to them. With regards to Carvin and Athanaze, we just appointed them as sports ambassadors. Right. It will be a paid position, but it's also to let them be examples of motivation. We have some very talented youngsters on the under 19. I think West Indies need to look at them. And I think my suggestion to West Indies would be to capture them from now and bring them into the environment that you would like to bring them in. To really help them mold their skills and turn that natural talent into professional talent. And that's where I think we need to get these youngsters into, rather than just having these tournaments off and on, and there's a huge break in between with no professional guidance and help. And I mean, we have talents within the West Indies, former players who can provide that leadership and that experience to the players that are so much needed now.
In the couple of minutes we have left, and I'm sorry if I'm going to have to cut in here, but time is running out, Dominica has quickly become one of my favorite places in the Caribbean to come to share with our global audience why they should come to Dominica.
It's not only for you, but for all Trinidadians, eh? they love Dominica. Dominica is an unspoiled beauty. We promote ecotourism. We encourage people to come in to take advantage of our national trail. We have a trail that traverses the entire country, from north to south and from east to west. Waterfalls, lakes, you're talking about hot springs, and the real beauty and the cleanness of our country. This is what we offer, and hospitable people. We're building our tourism program. We've been receiving international acclaim for what we're doing in Dominica, and it's just we're continuing. We now construct our international airport that will make traveling to Dominica much accessible and less hassle. And this will be completed in the next 4 years or so. So we are moving up, and so Dominica is a place to be if you really want to rejuvenate and to relax and to immerse yourself in nature. And when you live here, you certainly feel much younger and more relaxed.
That's my experience, Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you very much for sharing with us. I hope that we can continue developing this conversation around sport in future.
Of course.
But thank you for educating us.
Thank you very much.
The Honourable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerritt of Dominica. So we've heard about the development of this young man, Alec Athanaze, and his rise to international cricket. On the other side of the break, we'll have that story of his journey and the other people who have impacted that walk with him. And here's a little glimpse of what we can expect after a short break.
I want to play cricket for a long, long time. I want to be one of the best, if not the best in the world. I definitely want to put in the work. I'm not a crier, but I may shed a few tears because I want to play cricket so bad and I want to do so well. So I've been one of my biggest ambitions. I just want to be one of the best in the world, to be honest. Hey guys, I'm Athanaze and this is where it all began. We're in the nets here at the Dominica Cricket Academy at Benjamin's Park, and this is where it all started. In terms of competitive cricket, I think I was 12 years old, but I first picked up my bat when I was 3 years old. My uncle, he played in England for Essex, so I think he was the first. Well, back in his days, I don't think there were any footage, but I always loved the game. I saw the bat and naturally picked it up. I guess it was in my blood. I played my first game when I was 14 years old. It was actually a practice game for the academy to get into the academy, and it was amazing. It was an amazing feeling. I didn't get much runs, to be honest, but I mean, I looked the part, and they saw that they could develop something in me. I did went to Windsor Park. There wasn't any international games at the time. There were actually a national trial game, and where I saw, former West Indies player Shane Shillingford and some of the other guys playing. And that is when my dad actually took me, and that is when I really saw, and really felt the love for the game. And, I actually told him one day that I would want to play some cricket there, and it's very fortunate that I get to play at home. I mean, the people of Dominica, they love cricket. They love West Indies cricket in general, and we don't really get much games. So I think anytime we get cricket, it's really a party. I think it's because of the love for the game. I love cricket. I don't see myself playing anything but cricket or doing anything but playing cricket, and to me just the will and the dedication, like you said, to get better and to play at the highest level.
My first impression of Alec was in 2013. We had an under-19 tournament, and he was playing in the opposition to my team. And he just looked like he had a different class. He had more time to play the game. And that's where really first time I met him. 2014, the academy was started. This academy that I'm sitting in now, it started in 2014. We selected 17 players from throughout Dominica, and he was one of the 17. My first impression of him was he was a little troublemaker. He would always get himself into trouble, being one of the younger ones in the academy group. But over time he matured and he became the leader eventually of our team.
Right before the Under-19 World Cup, I was actually here. We didn't have this indoors built yet, so it was outside, it was just 2 concrete strips, and that is where my coach Sam Kennan and I, we worked tirelessly, day in, day out. We trained twice a day, actually. One at 6 and we end at 9, and then we have some breakfast, and then we came back again. Like I said, I played the game because I loved it. I didn't really knew that it had an Under-19 World Cup that year. And I just trained day in, day out because I loved the game. And, for me getting that call up directly after putting in all that work, it was really, really special.
Well, when he first made the West Indies Under-19 team, that's when I really saw that, he has potential to go all the way. He's very, what's the word I should use? He's good at absorbing information. He's like a sponge. And we used to spend a lot of time talking about the game, which I think now is not being done. But a lot of the cricket you learn by sitting down and talking about the game.
I was nervous when we started traveling because I then started to process that who I'm going to play against. So, I mean, there were a little bit of nerves, but not much. It was a very good World Cup. I mean, when I was actually playing, I wasn't looking at getting most runs. I was just looking at enjoying the game, and my passion for the game kept me going. It was a very, very good feeling, getting most runs. But if I had it all to do again, I would do it again. So, I always wanted to play Test cricket, so this I used that as a stepping stone to keep training, keep going, and just keep motivating me that it could be done. Hurricane Maria actually came here, took place on September 18th. I think it wasn't directly before the World Cup, but it was before the World Cup, and it made, getting in contact with the people above a bit difficult, but I mean, that is one of the things that made me tough. I mean, I was inside for most of the time. At the back end of the hurricane, we came outside to see what was actually going on, but it happened at night, so we couldn't really see what was going on, but it was, I could say, a special experience, just me. my dad actually had a vehicle banging against the wall, and you know, it started up as a sip, and it turned into, by the end of the hurricane, it turned into a massive hole. I think it was really about rebuilding at that time. One thing about my dad, though, he tries to bring out the positive in everything, and one of the things that he was telling me, you know, is just to keep my mind positive. You take this and walk with it, walk with your experience. This experience could make you stronger. So, you know, I really appreciate him for that. I worked with Coach Kohli when I first came onto the Windward team. Funny story, he's the one actually that helped me to get onto Dominica senior team. So, but he's very good. I love having conversations with him. He always breaks down the game very simple. He understands my style of play, and one thing I like about him, he always encourages. He never tries to tell me, you know, you must do this, you must do that. He always tries to work within my capability. I think West Indies were down here to play against Pakistan, and I got, you know, I was the emergency fielder, and as the emergency fielder, you don't bat that much. So, I mean, he took me into the net, and he threw some balls at me, and he allowed some bowlers to bowl at me. And, you know, he asked me, oh, you know, he asked my age and stuff, and asked why, you know, why I'm not playing cricket at the higher level. And I told him my challenges, and, you know, he actually spoke to the chairman. He got me a game for Dominica, and when I played the first game for Dominica in some 50-over game, I actually scored 100, and he was right there, and, you know, that helped me to build and to grow to go into the Windward team.
Alec had just finished playing the Under-19 World Cup, and he was in some really good form, and we had drafted him in for the finals. And I remember him, just that cool head, young teenager, just walking to the wicket. And at the end, when we won, he was not out. So that was a really good memory for him. And I've obviously had the opportunity to spend some time with him in his junior years. But I would definitely not want to take credit. I think Sam Kernan, I think from here has been really pivotal, I think, in his development. I'm sure you would have also mentioned Sam, along with some others.
Really special. I mean, he was there for my debut at the first class level, and, you know, him being here for my debut at international level, it's just a very, very special feeling. I was offered the Windward captaincy when I was 24 years old. It wasn't duly supported. I think most people thought that I was too young, but I generally love responsibility. I do better when I actually have responsibility. So, I mean, it's something that I always wanted to do. I've captained before. I didn't have a very good record when I was younger, but I mean, over the past couple of years, my cricket brain has developed. I've understood the game a bit more. So I thought that and really and truly, I actually told them I wanted to captain because I thought that I was the man to get the team back where they were. I think it's probably me wanting everybody to get better. Not just looking out for myself and always looking out for the team. You know, always looking to see where I could pull somebody up, looking to see where I could help them get better. Yes, I would say that. I mean, it has proven itself in the past that most times I do well. There is some kind of pressure, you know, and some added responsibility placed on me.
Son of the soil, Alec Athanaze. It will be a moment that he will remember for the rest of his life.
There must be such a proud moment for his parents. Right away he's greeted with a sweep. That's some confidence.
And backing his ability. Good shot.
This guy has talent.
Athanaze has already shown that he's quite nimble on his feet.
What a stroke that was.
Just the start.
I think it's probably my positive mindset, seeing the positive out of everything. One of the things my dad always told me is that, you know, the worst thing that happened to you could be the best thing that potentially happened to you. And, you know, try to take the positive out of everything. Try to see life. And always try to help people. Try to be a good person, be a good individual.
Well, they'll expect him to be at his best, demonstrate the skills that he has for the longest while. First time on the world stage, let the world see what's to come. It'll be an emotional day for me, very emotional day for me, but I wish him the best of luck. and he'll be all right. He'll be good.
I want to play cricket for a long, long time. I want to be one of the best, if not the best in the world. I definitely want to put in the work. And you know, sometimes I may lay on my bed and probably I'm not a crier, but I may shed a few tears because I want to play cricket so bad and I want to do so well. You know, so I've been one of my biggest ambitions. I just want to be one of the best in the world, to be honest.
Welcome back to Dominica, everyone, where we are set for the second session of the second day's play in this first cycle pure Agarbathi test powered by Yes Bank. India have progressed to 146 without loss, having been 80 without loss overnight, 66 runs in the morning session. Let's enjoy some of the highlights of that session with Sharma and Jaiswal negotiating a disciplined opening spell from Holder and Roach, and then taking advantage on the extra pace of Alzari Joseph. Jaiswal brought up his maiden 50 in Test match cricket. Many people hoping that there's a lot more to come. Cornwall had his moment where they had a review, but the technology proving that the umpire had indeed made the right decision, or just brushing the shirt as it went through. Rohit Sharma branched out occasionally into some aggression. They really did seem to enjoy Joseph's extra pace with the ball coming on a sluggish, slow wicket. Sharma eventually got to his half-century. A couple of hundreds against the West Indies in his maiden test series many years ago. Now getting to a half-century. Both had to be very patient in that morning session. As we said, 66 runs were scored because the West Indies, I thought, were probing even the spinners. Jamel Warrican at times was able to cause one or two tremors. But the openers went to lunch unbeaten. The umpires have done a sturdy job. Now, what can Craig Brathwaite say to his troops? Towering figure of Jason Holder. Not joined by another towering figure of Rakeem Cornwall, who had some issues, health issues, yesterday and in the morning session. Number 11, Craig Brathwaite, giving some final words of reinforcement to his troops because it's been tough. They found batting to be difficult, rolled out over for 150, and now finding it very hard, Sir Curtly Ambrose, to pick up these initial wickets that they so desire.
Very, very tough first session for West Indies. They were hoping to pick up a few wickets this morning. That didn't happen. They asked some questions, went past the outside edge on quite a few occasions, especially the spinners. But both Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal kept their composure, weren't too perturbed with the ball going out past the outside edge, and they're still there. So lots to think about, lots to do for the West Indies team as they make their way back out after lunch. No signs of Rakeem Cornwall. So that should be a little bit of a worry for Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies skipper.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jamel Warrican will open the bowling from the Billy Doctor.
I was told
Jamel Warrican, number 65.
it's a bit of a health issue, some sort of chest infection that has affected him since yesterday. Hope it's nothing long term, because the Craig Brathwaite and the team, they do need him.
Warrican from the Billy Doctrove end. Should I say Billy Doctrove Pavilion end, the former international umpire. Got a message from him yesterday, once again welcoming us to Dominica. Of course, Billy, a big football fan, dare I say Liverpool fan. It's a check against him, to be honest.
Don't say that, Bish.
Oh, yes,
You put a check against Billy Doctrove, you put a check against me as well. So be careful. I could bounce you out and he could give you out. So you're in trouble.
Take it all back. First run post lunch.
Don't worry.
Who do you think joins Warrican in the bowling partnership after lunch? Who bowls from the river end?
The skipper has got options, but I think I would start with maybe a Jason Holder. Just to switch ends for him.
Go, Joey.
Had a decent spell this morning.
Oh, Joey. Go in, War. Wicket there, Worry. Oh, Joey. Really good, Joe. Go in, Joe, man. Oh, Joey. Go, Joey.
147 without loss.
At the end of the first over after lunch, it's India 147 without loss after 56 overs. Ladies and gentlemen,
Secretly got onto the old telephone during the break between overs and got his message through. One to Jason Holder. Here is Jason Holder, his first spell from this river end. He was good in the morning session, Jason Holder. Starts immediately round the wicket at Jaiswal. Of course, as you would have heard and been reminded this morning, that both Jaiswal and Holder ply via trade for the same franchise in the IPL earlier this year, the Rajasthan Royals. Looks like a leg stump guard.
Lots for that man to think about. Craig Batway, the West Indies skipper.
Substitute fielder coming into shot there, Akeem Jordan out of Barbados on the field for Rakeem Cornwall. Chest infection, as you heard Sir Kirtley articulate a few minutes ago, affecting Rakeem. Mukesh Kumar on the right, not getting into the 11, but a wonderful story of his development and as a fast medium bowler, having to shift from his city of birth to Kolkata. Go back. Mukesh trying to get into the protective services at one point. Took the exam, passed the initial exam, failed the physical, I think. And his uncle, who looked after him when he moved to Kolkata, and his dad wanted him to have a more stable job, but he said, "Cricket, no, Dad, give me one more year And if I don't make it, then I'll do something. But for now, I want to play cricket. And it worked out quite nicely for Mukesh in the sense that he was a high-priced purchase in the IPL. I think over $660,000 as a purchase in the IPL this year. In addition now to being in the international setup. So many wonderful stories of these Indian players. Jaiswal firmly back, but I don't think Jason Holder got a touch on it. 148 without loss.
India 148 without loss after 57 overs. Trailing by just 2 runs on full innings.
Work, Warri.
Just look at the offside fielder. Deep point behind square fielder offside.
Catch it.
And trying to get it through that vacant offside territory, gets the inside edge. Inadvertent. 150 comes up. But you could see what Jaiswal is trying to do with such vacant real estate in that offside.
Well-flighted delivery from German Warrican. Almost York himself. But he survives. Jaiswal.
Go enjoy.
He's the type of player, isn't he, Bish? Love to go on the attack. I think he's more at home when he's playing that way.
Get that.
But he also shows the ability to play long innings as well. Just a half-hearted appeal for Warrican and one or two others. Nothing very convincing.
Raymond. Sorry.
India lead by 1.
Doing it, boys.
Yeah, he's an aggressive player. We saw that for his 625 runs at 48, strike rate 163 in the IPL. But we've often talked about his first class, and I think Rana Kapoor articulated the versatility of those hundreds that he has scored in domestic cricket. High score of 265.
Oh,
in addition to list day cricket hundreds as well. Come back to that. 151 without
Over
loss.
number 58. It's India 151 without loss. India are leading by 1 run.
India leading by 1. Jason Holder going over the wicket now as opposed to around or round. So we articulated, Sir Kirtley, and you made the point about Jaiswal. So 15 first-class games, 900s, a highest of 265, 32 list A games, an average of 53, a highest score of 203, 500s. In the IPL, we've mentioned that already. And Ronak talked about that 600 ball innings in both innings. So you know that he has the attacking ability, but also the discipline and the versatility to bat situations so far in his domestic career. There is that semi-final. 372 in the second, 227 in the first. So that speaks to a good grounding, a good process to get to that level, and a hunger and desire which you want to bottle and market to other young cricketers.
And that's what it's all about, Bish. You know, it's all good and well to be aggressive, always want to go on the attack. Nothing is wrong with that. But you have to also show the ability, you know, to bat situations. If the situation calls for you to bat long, then you can do that. And Jaiswal have certainly showed that. And he has got the appetite for scoring big runs as well. Most of those half centuries he converted into hundreds, which is key.
Hunger, right? So I remember being in Australia when West Indies toured Australia for the Test series late last year. Manus Labuschagne got, what, a double hundred and 100. After he scored the double hundred, the first man out on the field the next morning having throwdowns was Manus Labuschagne and Steve Smith. I just thought, remarkable. You score a double and you're taking throwdowns the next morning again. Very easily done from Rohit Sharma.
Over-pitched delivery from Jason Holder. Right in the hitting arc. And Rohit Sharma just hit it nice and easy. Didn't go for power. Just all timing. Straight bat.
It's like having a net for Rohit Sharma. 156 without loss. In your young growing up, they say present the full face of the bat to the ball as it comes. Rohit Sharma certainly did that. Thing of beauty.
After 59, it's India 156 without loss. The West Indies, they really need your support on the field, so I want to
It's very hot here at Windsor Park in Dominica. Everybody, every opportunity they get, getting some water or some juice in.
Who's there? A wicket. I hope. That would be nice. Come on, Warrior. Oh yeah, Warriors. Maybe not that one, but maybe this one. Knock, knock.
Huge temptation to try to guide the ball into that offside for multiple runs.
Oh yes, War Killer. That looked really good, huh? Maybe this one. Knock, knock. A wicket.
Good use of the feet, but at the same time, I don't think German Warrican would worry too much about that, because ever so often we see the ball gripping and turning, and if you don't get to the pitch and the ball turns away from you, you could be in danger of being stumped.
Shot. Close. Shucks. Push him out next time. Go enjoy.
Really good discipline, isn't it? Because Warrican wants him to try to open the face against a spin into that offside, but Jaiswal said, no, I'm going to play what I can get according to where the direction of anticipated spin. That's safer for him at this point in his mind.
Oh, Warrior, well bowled, Warrior.
159 without loss. Jason Holder. That squeezed away for 4. And it means this is now the highest opening partnership by India against the West Indies in the Caribbean, surpassing Wasim Jaffer and Virender Sehwag, who stitched together their partnership in St. Lucia in 2006. Virender Sehwag got 118 that game. Magnificent for Jaiswal and Debo to be involved in that. Curtly, what's the identity of the West Indies bowling lineup? What's their best identity? What are their best resources that, if you're playing at home, what sort of surfaces should the West Indies try to drag out of the ground their staffs?
They have relied a lot on their fast bowling over the years, and I believe their best bet is to produce a surface that will assist the fast bowlers. Give them a chance to be able to take 20 wickets to win the game. Yes, the spinners can come into play later, but I believe that a much quicker pitch will serve the fast bowlers better, and they could probably get a better result.
That man's record at home in recent years with this Dukes ball has been phenomenal. Kemar Roach. Shannon Gabriel sitting in the comfort of the dressing room.
You mentioned both names, Roach and Gabriel. You also have Alzavi Joseph, young Jaden Seals, who came on the scene not so long ago. Very impressive. So we've got fast bowlers. But if we continue to prepare this sort of pitches here, it's too much. And in the history of West Indies cricket, Bish, from way back, we all know that fast bowlers have always dominated and brings you success more so than the spinners. We've tried a lot of spinners throughout the years, but when you look at the history, it's always been fast bowling. So you need to prepare proper surfaces which can assist the bowlers.
Some live grass on the surface, but as Ashwin said yesterday, there was moisture in it initially, which caused it to grip, and then it dried out significantly and sometimes broke up. I would say against, maybe you want to match your fast bowling against this Indian fast bowling attack. I don't think you're going to outspin this Indian team. Four more to Jaiswal. And he moves now to 78. 167 without loss. That angle from over the wicket, providing width on a couple of occasions.
After 61 overs, India 167 without loss. Jaiswal has moved on to 78 not out. Rohit Sharma is unbeaten on 73.
Last ball of the previous over, Jaiswal 78. Yeah, I want to come and say that I agree with you, but it has to be specific to certain teams, because there are certain teams, like when the West Indies played South Africa last year, that their fast bowling group were a little superior. Their batters coped a little bit better with the fast bowling on friendly surfaces. So there's a little bit of a matchup issue with some teams, but certainly the current Indian setup, I wonder if you could go toe-to-toe with your fast bowling group against theirs. The spinners, more challenging. Joseph's back.
He hasn't bowled all that well so far in his game, Bish, Alzawi Joseph. Only 8 overs. He's already gone for 42, which is a bit expensive. So he needs now to pull things back. Very interesting field as well. It's going to be a barrage of short deliveries or what? You got a fine leg, deep backward square, a man in front of square, and a mid wicket, all on the boundary. Interesting.
Will be short. Don't mind seeing this attempted, actually. Not much else seems to have worked, so just a short period. Try to get that going.
I don't have a problem with that, trying something a little bit different, but those 4 guys.
CM Royals is going to take it on. And so that's why those 4 fielders are posted from mid-wicket back to fine leg. So the challenger said that ideally what you'd want is someone at short leg, so he wouldn't be able to just stand and defend and feel compelled to play the puller hook. In addition to a deep third and a deep point. And that deep third comes into play there, nowhere near where Rohit intended for it to go.
That seemed to be the plan. Very, very fortunate Rohit Sharma. That could have easily gone to first slip or even a wicket keeper.
Three fielders on the leg side boundary for Jaiswal. Jordan. 2/3 of the way back in addition to fine leg and deep square.
Crowd certainly has built up quite nicely since the start of play this morning. Musicians are in. That is something that we've seen for many, many years. Different types of musical instruments, drums, horns, and all that.
It's an interesting choice that Jaiswal is taking the option so far not to play the hook shot. I remember Australia went to Tej Chandapol at that very late one evening in Australia last year, I think in the second test. I remember being on commentary with myself and Ricky Ponting, and Ricky was all for playing the pull shot if you feel comfortable there. I was all for Tej ducking it and not taking it on with 4 fielders back on the leg side. So it's a matter of options, and I prefer this option with no short leg. Just duck it. 168 without loss.
Well, they've tried hard with 1 ball for 62 overs to get a wicket. It's time for another.
We've been talking a lot about Dominica. It's also an island country for health and wellness. It's considered the wellness capital of the Caribbean, offering a serene and natural environment, making it ideal for wellness activities and relaxation. Persons can experience the islands and its many natural attributes: hot springs, thermal baths, yoga and meditation, nature walks, spa treatments, all within these wellness centers.
You've been to those, haven't you, Darren?
I have. I know quite a number of persons might want to visit after the day's play.
I hope you take me. Change of ball, though. Umpires determining that Previous ball was not in the appropriate condition. Change of ball, change of bowler. West Indies would be hoping it's a change of fortunes. Jaiswal Warrican's back. 17 overs. Without success, just towards the end of the morning session. A couple of loose balls that Rohit Sharma dispatched. Now bowling to the Indian captain, batting on 74.
Oh yeah, work killer. Working, worry, work, worry. Oh, catch it, Dad. Oh.
Came close. Very close. Just falling short of Jermaine Blackwood at slip.
Again, a flatter delivery, but purchase of the surface, the ball turning away from Rohit Sharma. He had to open up a little bit more because of the straighter line. You think in the absence of Raheem Cornwall, Jaiswal Warrican has to play that role as the attacking spinner in the side.
Yeah, Raheem Cornwall hasn't taken the field post-lunch. Chest infection is what we believe. Let's hope he's all right.
Oh, beautiful, Johnny, beautiful. Go in, Joe Mel. Work in, Joe Mel. Go down, Dad. Go, Dad.
Again, the outside edge. Very good batters in world cricket. They're not fazed by deliveries that spin past the outside edge or even take the outside edge and fall short of fielders. That's a trait that they have, and young players must inculcate as well. For consistent success in Test match cricket at the top of the innings.
Warrican just managing his field. 3 men, the boundary on the leg side. Jaiswal hasn't once accepted the invitation yet.
Catch it, Raymond. Oh, Raymond, welcome back, buddy.
Came close that over, but it's still 169 without
End
loss.
of the over, 63 completed. It's India 169 without loss. Yashavi Jaiswal is unbeaten on 78, and Rohit Sharma is not out on 75.
Alzari Joseph. So the use of the short ball a couple of overs back. Haven't seen a lot of it. There are 4 fielders in the deep on the leg side. It's a ploy that teams have employed against Rohit Sharma, and he's going to come round the wicket. Okay, buckle up. Darren Ganga, thoughts?
I'm a little bit puzzled. Not with the approach, but with the feel. It just allows Rohit Sharma to ride deliveries if it's not high enough and get an easy single and turn the strike over. So maybe an in-out field is a better approach in the circumstances, because this is the last thing that Alzari will want in this over. To be bowling at a different batter with every other delivery.
Yeah, field for Jaiswal is just what Darren Ganga points out. 2 men back on the boundary on the leg side for the left-hander. He's just adjusting his deep square leg.
Has to ensure that only 2 fielders are behind square leg side.
Jaiswal takes it on. So clearly the West Indies now just activating plan B.
And it's a plan, it's an attacking plan to get a wicket. And it's something that I spoke about earlier. This type of approach should have been introduced in that first session when batters were quite new to the crease on day 2. Usually you see captains attack at the start of a day, and then if things don't go your way, you resort to containment, building pressure, being patient. West Indies started the other way around.
You won't see Rohit Sharma ducking to too many of those, so this is high-stakes poker now. Again, it is an extraordinary field. Have seen teams put 2 men out. There's no one close on the leg side. There's a man at mid-on. Square, 4 men there. Deep fine leg, deep square, man in between those 2, and a deep mid-wicket.
For Rohit Sharma, he'll be thinking about 3 figures already with 2 test match centuries against the West Indies, both being scored in India.
Stand around, guys.
Only one of his 9 test match centuries being scored away from India, so that away record is something that he'll want to strengthen, and of course this innings will do so.
It's been a test career of 2 halves. It's the second half that Rohit Sharma's established himself as proper test batter, home and away. Terrific 100, that the one you refer to, Darren, at the Oval. Lovely from Yashasvi Jaiswal. Outfield hasn't been the fastest. We've had some rain. Gets 2.
Yeah, 19 away from a maiden test match century. Jaiswal looks so solid at the crease, this young man. Highly skilled with his stroke play, but also in good control of his approach, tempering his aggression, showing concentration powers. Seems to also be taking advice from his captain, Rohit Sharma, who's a senior partner in this opening pair.
He thought of something, but we'll never know. 174 without loss.
Oftentimes you hear coaches talk about players being coachable, and that being a great quality to have as a young player. Exactly what we're seeing from Jaiswal.
For about half an hour after lunch,
Come on, boys! Come on!
it's just going as per plan, as per the morning session went.
Come on, boys!
Suddenly Jamil Warrican in his last over found the outside edge a couple of times. Then Alzari Joseph with clear short ball plan.
Catch it! Catch!
Things continue to happen. The West Indies still in search of that first wicket.
Little loose phase of batting from Rohit Sharma. Again, attempting to hit this with an open blade and just falling to the right of Alzari Joseph. No man's land. Still on strike. Will that continue?
Oh, Warrior, Jesus. That bat is broad.
Yeah, I spoke about Warrican being a little more attacking because of the absence of Raheem Cornwall. Well, his line has changed. He's now hitting the stumps more often than not, 73%. That's against Rohit Sharma.
Oh, jeez, and Warri.
Yeah, it's exactly what works for Ravindra
A little
Jadeja.
more war, come on.
Got all his wickets from this end that Warrican's bowling from. River end. Attacks the stumps. The odd one turning. Surface allows for that.
Oh, jeez, oh, well done, War Killer.
I saw your eyes open up a little bit more when I spoke about a possible maiden test match century for Jaiswal. Now, you're the oracle of Indian cricket. You know it's a rarity for an Indian batter to score a test match century and a maiden one in the West Indies.
You know we're a superstitious lot, don't you?
Don't worry.
81. You start talking about 100 at 81.
I'm sure Jaiswal is thinking about it.
Well, if he is, he intends to get there in a hurry.
Go ahead, Joe.
I got to the pitch of the ball. Despite it turning into him, he had a good movement down the pitch, give himself room so that he can beat that fielder in mid-off. The timing was good.
Oh! I like you from there. I like you from there, Warri.
181 without loss.
And on the over after 65, it's India 181 without loss. Both batsmen now into the 80s. Sharma is not out at 80. Jaiswal unbeaten on 85. Ladies and gentlemen, to enjoy the enjoyment of this cricket match by all spectators, we ask that you please show consideration and respect for your fellow fans, and please ensure that you keep the stadium and the area around you clean. Thank you very much.
India dictating terms. Last 2 or 3 overs, the West Indies have come close.
And Tobago flag. The ground here in Windsor Park. Lots of Caribbean support for the West Indies.
Yeah, that's where we're going next. Goes for it, Rohit Sharma. Goes to one of the 4 men in waiting, but on the bounce. Photo spin next up, the second and final test. The ODI leg and kicks off in Barbados. Return to Trinidad at the Brian Lara Academy for the completion of the ODI series and start of the T20Is. Hardik Pandya will lead India in T20Is. Different looking squad, exciting one. Guyana, and eventually culminates in Florida. In the gap, and 4 more for Jaiswal.
Some may think it's risky, but he was in full control of that pull shot. Got on top of the bounce, rolled his wrists, and picked the gap nicely. bisected the two fielders deep leg side. Getting closer to three figures, Rana Kapoor.
No, Yashasvi Jaiswal is getting closer to three figures. Stop it, Darren. He's played so well. Boy, does he deserve it. What a story it will be. We know his appetite for hundreds. 9 first-class hundreds and just the 250s. Usually, from these situations, he gets the big score. There's an extra man back now. Exactly where that ball went. Tries for catch it, but there's no one close in. Gave himself room, was willing to take it on, Jaiswal.
Yeah, found himself in an awkward position. He was making room with his movement leg side as if to hit offside, and Alzari Joseph followed him nicely. Had to take evasive action in the end. Bottom hand coming off the bat.
Joseph continues around the wicket.
Yeah, Runner, quite a number of Indian batters have gone on to score maiden test match centuries in their very first test match. Rohit Sharma being one, of course.
Yeah, against the West Indies, that too. Prithvi Shaw as well. Another Mumbai batter, Shreyas Iyer, very recently against New Zealand.
Yeah, 16 Indian batters have had that accomplishment, and it's a significant one. What more motivation does he want? Jaiswal, very first test match, very first innings. Into the 90s, 91, just 9 away.
You sure you just don't want to hold that conversation for 10 minutes?
Not at all. You could sense that he's determined. You can see from his approach, his application, that he has this insatiable thirst for converting starts into three figures.
Over. 8 of that over, 189 without loss.
End of the over, 66 complete. India 189 without loss. Jaiswal is on 91 approaching the century. Rohit Sharma not out on 82.
I know, but you might feel good, but I just want to get too knackered. All right?
Joey!
Work, Jomel. Go, Joey.
Warrican is over the wicket now with a slip, leg slip and a short leg. The close man catching it mid-wicket.
Go, Jace.
Jaiswal goes the offside again. Helps himself to 2, moves to 93.
On the wicket. Go on, Joey. Work, Joey. Oh! Get it, Joey.
And back around the wicket. So he's changing things up.
Working, Joe.
Well, he's one hit away. If he chooses to get there in that fashion.
Working, Joe,
It's
Mel.
not been that kind of innings. 206 balls. Seems at home in Test cricket, does Yashasvi Jaiswal. Partnership too nearing 200.
Working, Joey. Working, Joe. Keep working, Joe. That's
Comfortable too, which will keep Jaiswal on strike next over. India 194 without loss.
That's so lucky.
Opening partnership of 194, these two batting together for the first time. Jaiswal's debut. Highest opening stand for India in the West Indies. Well, more problems for the West Indies and Craig Brathwaite as Jason Holder leaves the field. I believe he's having some trouble with his toe. Doesn't look like he's very comfortable as he walks off. So Cornwall already off the field, now Holder. Bowling responsibilities now fall to
Bring up that one.
Alec Athanaze. Home boy bowled the last over the morning session just before lunch. Is this an invitation then? Temptation. Debutant to debutant. Athanaze to Jaiswal. Oh, got away with it. Jaiswal. He'll come back for two.
There will be a few nerves, of course, as he inches closer to three figures. Jaiswal, short delivery from Athanaze, just cutting under the bounce and evading the two fielders in that slip region.
Moves to 97. Fielders in the deep will remain for Rohit Sharma. Mid wicket, square leg all on the boundary, long on.
Show them, small man. Catch it, Jordan. Oh! Tell them you're different, small man. Tell them. Somebody tell them, small man. Come on, small man. Oh, catch it, Ray. Raymond, man. Oh, jeez, Raymond.
They're scheduled to take drinks after this over. I don't know if he knows that.
Might have to wait a little bit longer. Just 2 deliveries remaining in this over.
Debut, come on. Oh, yes, I like Athanaze.
Thought about it. Given what happened previously in the over, can't let his guard down just because it's the part-time spin of Athanaze. Well, he'll have to wait for his moment. End of the over, 199 without loss with Jaiswal on 98. It's time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a water break. It's India 199 was on course after 68 overs. Rohit Sharma is not out on 85. Shavi Jaiswal is approaching his century. Not out on 98. Look at the bowling figures so far. Cameron Roach, none for 15. Azari Joseph, none for 56. Rakim Cornwall, none for 22. Warrican, none for 54. Jason Holder, none for 27. Craig Brathwaite, none for 7. And Athanaze, none for 7 from his duels.
Well, Dominica, known as the Natural Isle, but also known for its vibrant and colorful cultural festivals, which celebrate the island's rich heritage and traditions. The renowned World Creole Music Festival is one of Dominica's signature events held annually in October, and it attracts visitors from around the world, is an integral part of Dominica's cultural heritage, serving as a reminder of the island's rich history and traditions. We had an hour since lunch. The West Indies still search for their first wicket. It's been all India. Jaiswal and Rohit just picked up from where they left things off. Came close. Jomel Warrican. Rohit Sharma, when he went for the boundaries, did so with significant ease.
Yeah, they scored 66 runs in that first session, and then straight after lunch there was an acceleration. Runs coming with ease. Both really dominating proceedings. The West Indians, they tried to attack with the short delivery.
Ethnic origin and sex, gender, sexual orientation, disability, marital status, and/or maternity status. Such action will not be tolerated and is likely to result in ejection from the venue, the imposition of other sanctions such as being banned from the venue in the future, and possible future action, including criminal prosecution.
Yeah, it's really a special moment. I'm sure Rohit Sharma, having gone through the experience of scoring a Test match century on Test match debut, alongside his younger partner who's on the cusp of achieving 3 figures, this most elite level of the game, as we've heard before. This young man has dominated all tiers of cricket across formats as well. And he is on the verge of eclipsing another record for himself. There will be a first to this accomplishment if he goes on to achieve it.
Craig Brathwaite isn't offering him any part-time spin. Tried that last over, but Kemar Roach is back. He's bowled just the 8 overs. Opening burst of 4 overs the afternoon yesterday, and 4-over spell the first session. Right, Roach to Jaiswal, round the wicket.
What will be going through his mind? Of course, he'll be thinking firstly about those 2 runs. Where will they come from? With the field set, of course, it's a little more balanced to what we've seen earlier. Kemar Roach might be attacking the stumps a little bit more.
This is good from Brathwaite to get Roach back straight after drinks. He's done away with the short ball plan that Alzari Joseph was trying. Teammates are ready. Rahul Dravid fell 4 short on his debut. Same game that Saurav Ganguly did what Yashasvi Jaiswal wants to.
Yeah, that was at Lords in England. Saurav Ganguly got a century, his maiden century on debut. 1996, both himself and Rahul Dravid made debuts on that said match.
It's an elite club. Sometimes we're criticized for our obsession with hundreds, but boy, are they special. There is a fielder there, so it'll just be 1. Brings up the 200. 200 for India, 200 of the opening partnership.
Without loss after 68.4 overs.
Yeah, significant landmark in the partnership as well. Again, it's a new Indian opening pair, and immediately defining themselves at the top of the innings. In terms of history at this ground, Kirk Edwards, a former West Indian batsman, also scored his maiden Test century at this venue, and that was on debut as well. Adam Voges also having that privilege of doing the same at Windsor Park. That was in 2015 when the West Indies took on Australia.
Rohit goes for the big one. Only manages the outside edge, but will still manage 4. 204 without loss.
9 overs completed. India 200.
Yeah, the lead 54. Again, little too wide, little too full, with Rohit being set There's no hesitation in going after it.
Remember, he's seen the man just walking, no? The man was literally just walking.
Well, this is now the highest first wicket partnership, home or away. Sanjay Bangar and Virender Sehwag back in 2002 in Mumbai.
Stay up the war. Let them stay up now.
Incredible player Sehwag was, featured in the previous graphic we were referring to. Right, Athanaze to continue.
Worry.
Managed to get the outside edge of Jaiswal his previous over, just before drinks. Slashed hard, so it went over the slips. It's just got the one-maned slip now. There it is. A dream debut in Dominica for a young man who dared to dream. Maiden Test 100 for Yashasvi Jaiswal. The boy born in Bhadohi migrated to the Maidans of Mumbai. A decorated young royal in franchise cricket. And now Test centurion for India. Test 100 #1. And may it be the first of many. Hugs his captain, who is one of only 16 other men to have achieved and experienced the same emotion. Test 100 on debut.
Most deserving accolade for such a tremendous talent. Yashasvi Jaiswal becomes the first Indian player to debut in the Caribbean and score a Test match century in that said match. First. Well done, young man.
Well done, Raymond. Standard drop. Standard drop. Oh, okay, sorry. That.
They are remembered when they get hundreds on Test debut.
Yeah.
Prithvi Shaw and Rohit Sharma did it against the West Indies. Shreyas Iyer, another batter from Mumbai, against New Zealand. Sehwag, Ganguly, Ravi Namre in South Africa.
Oh, yours, Alec.
It's also significant to point out that only the fourth on that list to score that maiden century outside of India, which is very significant. Saurav Ganguly, Suresh Raina, Virender Sehwag, and now Yashasvi Jaiswal. Only 4 players scoring that maiden century on debut outside of India.
Catch it, Raymond. Raymond, man. Come, small man. Come on, small man. Small man. Come on, small man. Oh.
He saw 10 Indians to have done it most recently. Jaiswal's the 17th. Here's the first 7. Go back all the way to 1933, Lala Amarnath. Deepak Shodhan against Pakistan in Kolkata. G.R. Vishwanath. Kanpur in 1969. Surinder Amarnath in 76 in Auckland. He'll have a moment to savor it. Yashasvi Jaiswal, end of the 70th, 209 without loss.
After 70 overs, it's India 209 without loss. Jaiswal is not out on 102 Rohit Sharma is unbeaten on 91. The lead is now 59.
No.
A cinch.
No!
.209 without loss, India. A wonderful batting display from these two at the top.
No!
Such a wonderful appetite for batting from this young man. So far we've seen in first-class cricket, and now we're seeing it at the international level. 220 deliveries. Very composed and compact. Structured his innings well. Slow delivery from Kemar Roach. Lots of acreage down there. Running downhill. Jermaine Blackwood absolutely rapid across the ground. Prevents the boundary.
Jermaine Blackwood, perhaps the only person on the field who could have caught up with that one. Lovely change of pace from Kemar Roach. And hunted right to the boundary's edge by Blackwood.
Sorry.
The umpire just stopping Kemar Roach there to have, I think, a boundary check. And that last replay just showed Jermaine Blackwood his foot touching the boundary cushioning. Yeah, just sliding. Does he make contact with the ball and the boundary at the same time? Yes, I think he does. So good spot by the third umpire. And confirmation of that there. Another boundary for Jaiswal.
Really is a sensational story about this youngster who left home at just 10 years old, chasing a dream.
No.
Lived in a tent with groundsmen before his talent was spotted. He was taken in. What a start to his career. Shows an insatiable hunger for runs, but not just runs, for hundreds.
No!
Nowhere through that for the West Indies. 213 without loss. You know, what an innings has been from him. A precocious talent, realizing his dream on the big stage. The first Indian to score a century on debut in the West Indies. And jubilation for Jaiswal. Magnificent batting performance on both sides of the wicket. And that was the moment. Unbridled and unrestrained in his celebrations. Just a split of where he scored all around the ground. Very versatile young batter. And showing his patience and his temperament in this innings. Sure, this knock will reverberate around the world and around India in particular for a long time. As you mentioned, Shakira, so much sacrifices were made from him and his family. It's always pleasing to see when those sacrifices bear fruit. Captain has been there from the start as well, unbeaten on 91, Rohit. On the cusp of another landmark himself.
The fact that Rohit would have made a debut Test century against West Indies as well meant that he could shepherd the youngster to his century.
Where's my man?
Yeah, the only threatening bowler so far for the West Indies has been Rakeem Cornwall. Not on the field, not available to bowl, not feeling well. So that has really hamstrung Craig Brathwaite. From a bowling standpoint, Jason Holder back on the field. No one else really looked threatening, and that is an issue. Can't see where this first wicket is coming from, Shakira Salman.
And unfortunately, it seems as though they're not waiting for the Indians to make a mistake. You have to find a way to create opportunities. Earlier on, we saw a short spell of short bowling from Alzari Joseph. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to penetrate.
Takes on the fielder in the deep. Will fall just short. You can see what he was trying to do there. The fielder was in front of square. Tried to go backward of square. Just went across to the offside so he could get that ball backward of square. Didn't get it as well as he would have liked. Jaiswal. I just wonder if we will see a change in his approach now that he's gotten to 100. If he will look to accelerate a bit more to push this game along a little bit further.
Catch it,
In there, just short. Not committed to that stroke. Sharma, all is well that ends well for him. 217 without loss.
The over, after 72 overs, it's
He seemed a bit loose while punching that ball, trying to hit it a bit straighter. Ball going on with the angle, almost punching it straight to Jason Holder. Roach to continue.
Umpires might just be having a look at the ball with the ball gauge, just making sure the shape of it is appropriate. And I think there will be a change in ball. Ball was changed 10 overs ago. So this would be another one. But what a moment for Yashasvi Jaiswal. Came into this test match with a lot of hopes and expectations. We've seen him in the IPL. We've heard about him in first-class cricket, but we're seeing him now for the first time in Test match cricket. And he's become the first Indian to score a century on debut here in the West Indies, in Dominica. A moment that will no doubt be indelibly etched in his mind. Always remember your first. Such a talented young player, so much to offer, and hopefully for his sake and for India's sake for a long, long time to come.
So often you hear about making the most of your opportunities. This young boy, given an opportunity by the Indian selectors with an eye on the future, making the most of it.
Yeah, well, they've broken so many records already at the top. Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma, in terms of the first wicket opening partnership. Highest in the West Indies, highest against the West Indies overall. There's one that perhaps is on their agenda as well. When Dhawan made his debut, Shikhar Dhawan, opening partnership with Murali Vijay, 289. So that was the highest opening partnership with a debutant at the top, 289. Still a long way away from that, but they lead by 68 runs. And West Indies staring down the barrel.
It's the first one for the over, guys. Is it? This one for the over. Sure.
Working, boys. Come on, Slider. Working it, boys.
Here in spirit, Shikhar Dhawan, another debutant centurion for India.
West Indies captain and his bowlers are going to have to come up with a way to break this partnership. They have to come up with a plan very quickly. The game constantly drifting away from them. India leading by 70 runs now.
Yeah, with all wickets in hand and a powerful batting lineup. The home fans came to see their son of the soil on debut yesterday. Were treated to a good display, a reasonably good display. 47, he got Athanaze. And they've come today expecting wickets. Haven't seen any just yet. Really impressed with the way he spoke at the end of the day's play yesterday, Athanaze. Very clear in his mind as to what he wants to do with his career and his planning and preparation going into this contest. He spoke about the emotions of making his debut at home with his family members in the crowd and how he was able to cope with that.
He also spoke about his hunger for runs. And even though he knew it was a good start to his Test career,
straight down, back over the bowler's head. Disdain from Rohit Sharma. All too easy for India. 224 without loss.
Rohit Sharma showing his class once more. Just showing how easy it is to bat on this pitch. Advancing to Kemar Roach and dispatching that one straight back over his head. Just 2 away from 100 now.
It just seems as though he can score whenever he wants, Rohit Sharma. The hitman, as he's affectionately called.
Alec.
Oh.
No.
And so much to learn from the West Indian batters who have been toiling in the field since yesterday afternoon about the way to approach a test match inning. This is test match cricket after all. And requires a certain level of patience and discipline. Something that was not evident when they batted. All the younger players looking on, the young West Indian batters. This is a young kid on debut. 230 deliveries he's faced so far. He's been patient. But he's also been able to score when the opportunities presented themselves. That balance between defense, stroke play, and intent.
Working, Alec.
And he's also been quite decisive. Very clear in what he wanted to do, and also in his footwork.
A maiden over, 224 without loss.
That's the over, 74 overs, a maiden over for Athanaze. It's India, however, 224 without loss. Athanaze, 5 overs, 1 million.
These are the bowlers for the West Indies, quite a few of them used so far. Look in that wickets column. Nothing so far. 74 overs in this inning so far from India, 224. It's been a hot and humid day once again here at Windsor Park in Dominica. The sun beaming down on the players out in the middle.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new bowler appointed from
Quite typically, you will see beads of sweat and perspiration on the players. Rohit Sharma on 98 on the cusp of another century in Test match cricket. Well, we have another bowler for the West Indies, Raymond Reefer. This is the 8th bowler to be employed by Craig Brathwaite in search for a wicket. Doesn't matter who gets it, as long as someone does. Left a medium pace from over the wicket.
It'll be interesting to see whether or not Raymond Reefer goes to his cutters early, dry surface. I think it's an option.
Ball, Ray. Go ahead, Ray. Work, Ray. Come on, Ray.
He does
Work,
change
Raymond.
his pace ever so slightly, quite often.
Go ahead, Ray. Work, Ray. Keep going, Ray.
Wicket to wicket.
Go ahead, Raymond.
That's where he normally operates,
That's
Raymond
it, Ray.
Reefer.
Working, buddy. Keep going,
Very
Ray.
popular name in Barbados, Shakira Salman.
Working there, boys.
Yeah, almost sure all the men in his cricket probably played cricket at almost the elite level. Floyd Reefer, George Reefer.
Oh! He's beaten the bat. Haven't seen
Wait,
a
Ray,
ball
work it
past the edge for some time. And then Raymond Reefer does this, just across the right-hander, going with the angle. Good take from Joshua Da Silva. Surprised.
Working, Ray. Reef. Keep going, Ray.
For sure.
Yeah, but something different. So I like this move by Craig Brathwaite.
Working Raymondo.
Just a different angle,
Working
different
Ray.
pace. First left arm pacer being used by West Indies. So it just asks different questions of Rohit Sharma.
He averages 223 against the left arm seam, Rohit Sharma, so he isn't too fazed by this type of bowling.
Well, ball,
Trent Bolt
Raymond.
and Mitchell Johnson.
Ball, Ray. Keep going, Ray.
Very
Working, Raymond.
different from what he's facing here.
Working it, lads.
And the
Come
two
on,
left-handers
boys.
to have dismissed him previously.
Go in, fellas. Working, fellas.
But just sometimes, Shikari, a change in bowling requires a different level of concentration, perhaps, and sometimes you can relax. But they've done really well with this pair in terms of keeping that concentration going.
Go, Craig. Go, Craig.
Moves on to
that's
99. 225 without loss.
Put him right there, huh? Rochi.
India in complete control.
Go, Alec. Well ball, Alec. Go in, Alec. Work,
It was a
Alec.
testing over by Rahman Rifa in the last. Rohit very watchful.
None, Rochi. Go in, Alec. Working, Alec. Alec.
India's captain brings up 100 of his own.
4 runs, 4 runs.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Rohit
that's
Sharma
100 for Rohit
leads
Sharma.
this team in transition by example. Test 100, number 10. Rohit's turn to celebrate. Jaiswal's turn to congratulate. Just a second away from home. A third against the West Indies. What an innings, Ian Bishop.
An innings filled with responsibility. He could have come here and taken it lightly. No, he buckled down. He's buckled down and shown Jaiswal part of the way early in the innings, and is showing by his leadership to his team.
The West Indies are very confident. Nothing from the umpire. Brathwaite reviews. Over to Marai Erasmus.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a player's review. The original decision is not
TV
out.
umpire to director, we have a player's review for a catch. Original decision, a not out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Spin vision, please. Can I have the ultra edge, please, to check when it hits the glove? Confirm that. Yeah, hits the glove and then the catch is taken fairly. So I'll go back to Michael. Michael, reverse to out. You can signal now.
A roar at Windsor Park because Athanaze, the local boy, has his first test wicket. And boy, it's a good one. Athanaze gets Rohit Sharma. The West Indies finally have a wicket. This partnership is finally broken. 229 for 1. India's latest number 3. Shubman Gill. Every of his 30 innings have come at the top of the order. The absence of Cheteshwar Pujara. Now readies for his newest role. He's had the pads on for a long time, Vish.
He has done. Excellent from Athanaze to get a wicket and get the wicket of the Indian captain in his first test match. And it's a little glimpse into what we may see later in the game. It's always offered to bounce and turn. Ashwin got success with it. Cornwall threatened. And Athanaze with his first. And they love it. Well, it won't be any easier when Jadeja and Ashwin then bowl when the West Indies bat again. But good on Athanaze.
Right, India in cruise control, but Shubman Gill now.
Oh, yes, Alec, boy. Cool, Alec.
But it's an aspect of the game, though, that you hope that for as long as Athanaze plays the game, that they will utilize it, and it's a skill that won't go away from him. Because it's useful to have there again.
Successful over for Athanaze. 229 for 1.
229 for 1. But a successful over for Athanaze of the West Indies team. Athanaze, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. Ladies and gentlemen,
right,
we have
Jamal
a change in
Warrican.
bowling from the media center end. It's Jamal Warrican, number 65.
Have to do a lot of bowling, Warrican. Rakeem Cornwall still not on the park. Hasn't taken the field since lunch. How grateful would Brathwaite be that Athanaze's part-time off spin has done the trick.
Don't worry.
Long on will have to cover some ground. Kemar Roach will keep it to 2.
Go in, Joey.
Making the point of Athanaze Bish. Already seen how good he is with bat. Shining star by himself in the first innings, and you know he values Test cricket. That's what he told us at the end of day one. He can bowl now.
Oh, his bowling is part of his armory, and as I said, I hope it's something that continue to be utilized. As so many of the modern players. Rohit Sharma himself, early in his career, he bowled quite often. And that has evaporated for shoulder issues in recent years. It'll be interesting to see how Gill plays. Aggressive against spin naturally. It'll be interesting to see his intent.
Hit Jordan! Jordan!
Mix out. And one nearly brought two. But for a better throw.
Yes, well done. Well done, Tish. That's so out.
Substitute fielder Akeem Jordan. Oh, Joshua De Silva did not even stand a chance.
Oh, catch it.
Yeah, I thought Jordan covered the ground very well. He's a tall man, and he really moved quickly to his left and got down quite beautifully. The thing that let him down was the throwing arm. But I think Gill was partly deceived by how quickly Jordan swooped around there.
No.
Well, nearly a second for the West Indies, but nearly is not enough. 2, 3, 4 for one.
234 for one. Jaiswal remains unbeaten on 114. Shubman Gill, 1, not out.
Yo, we come back by anything here. Yo.
Athanaze will continue from the Billy Duck Roof Pavilion end.
How good is that? Doesn't even look real, but it is.
Catch it, Warrior! Oh, Joey.
Well, there was a call for catch it. Warrican at cover. Just short.
Go in, Alec.
Things happening though, since the loss of Rohit Sharma's wicket.
Well, Alec. No, Joey.
Gets it through, but Kemar Roach is offering some protection on that offside boundary.
Well, a second new ball is due in 2.5 overs. They'll be interested to find out or to see which direction Craig Brathwaite goes. You can even bowl the slower bowling options with the new ball. It'll be harder, it'll bounce a little bit more. Or whether he's content with the softer, older ball, which is harder to strike away. With Gill new to the crease in particular. Curious to see how he goes with it.
Athanaze is bowling well, Bish, but is he an option with the newer ball? Ashwin does it. Experienced spinners tend to do it. Warrican comfortable bowling with the new ball?
Not sure, but guys have done it so often in practice sessions in the modern game. I don't know if Brathwaite wants to go that way Warrican will be too put off by it. But we're not saying that that's the way Brathwaite will go with taking the new ball or with Warrican, but it's an option.
236 for 1.
End of the over, 78 overs complete. It's India 236 for 1. The new ball will be available after the next 2 overs.
Anything in this vicinity around here anyway, you dead. Will I get there?
Opening partnership of 229. Eventually ended by the off-spin of Athanaze, who is himself on Test debut and batted superbly. For the 47 that he got, top scored in the West Indies first innings.
Well bowled, Joey.
I see you calling for helmet to go closer.
That's not second.
I don't know, over after this until the new ball is available. 20 minutes to tee. In fact, less than 10 minutes to tee. Shubman Gill's been waiting a long time. It has the legs to go for 4. So a first boundary for Shubman Gill in this innings, and at number 3 in Test cricket.
And showing his intent quite clearly. A reputation of playing spin well. So he'll want to impose himself, and having been padded up for such a long time, he won't complain about it. You want to get into some sort of innings, although it's a short period before the tea interval. To the other options with that second new ball is to say, like, we won't take it before tea. There's a possibility we take it after tea. Or we could even bowl 2 seamers with it, and then let them have a short spell and then go back to spin again. So a number of options. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Athanaze with the catch, involved in so many things. And good on Warrican again, he's threatened with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, India have lost their second wicket. Shubman Gill departs for 6.
Well, it's a short stay for Shubman Gill. Nearly ran himself out in Warrican's last over. And eventually, the left-arm spinner has a wicket to credit for himself. Cannot keep Athanaze out of any good thing happening for the West Indies in this Test match. Shubman Gill goes 240 for 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new batsman for India.
Out walks Virat Kohli
Number 18.
to replace Shubman Gill. Virat Kohli, 110 Test matches. Average has fallen just under 50. But we have seen shades of him getting back to his best. He's here because Shubman Gill eventually falling to Jamel Warrican.
It's a really good delivery. You could see from that angle it drifting into a middle stump and full enough to draw that forward defensive shot and spin away. Good sharp catch.
It's another game at the moment for the West Indies.
If it's spin, it out.
Life has been injected all of a sudden for the hosts. The emotion might tempt Craig Brathwaite into going for the review. It's Virat Kohli, he goes for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a player's review for LBW.
TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for LBW, original decision not out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision, please? Can I check ultra edge for bat? Run it into the pad. Gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please. Pitching in line. Impact is umpire's call and it is missing the stumps. So Richard, stay with your not out decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen.
It's not out, lads.
Richard Kettleborough is awake. And the West Indies, Craig Brathwaite, are down to just one review. Went full over though, 240 for 2. All of a sudden, Bish, things happening. One has brought 2. Tricky period with 4 minutes or so to go till the tea interval. The West Indies believe.
Well, things have been happening for the slow bowlers. Warrican from the river end, Cornwall when he was bowling from the Billy Doctorow Pavilion end all morning. There is something in the surface. I think that's where you have to give great credit to Yashasvi Jaiswal and previously Rohit Sharma for negating all of that to this point. What it will mean is that Warrican may buy some more time with the old ball post-tee. That wicket of Gill, that was a really good delivery.
That's it.
Oohs and ahs as there has been from the West Indies the last 10 minutes. They certainly believe this last ball was close.
Akeem Jordan at leg slip. Tall man and it went down. May have been catchable, but it went quickly.
No, no!
My word, all of a sudden it feels like survival mode. Chance every 2 balls. Things happening for Athanaze. Might even affect Craig Brathwaite's decision on whether to take that new ball, which will at least be available to him now. 80 gone, 242 for 2.
Yeah, it's the end of the over.
I don't see them taking it before tea, given all that has been happening with one more over until the tea interval, and then you can reassess it, given the wicket of Gill falling.
Final over by Warrican before tea.
I was just trying to see that gill wicket. Look at where that pitch is. That's middle stump or middle and off, and that spins viciously. The catch is good. So that tells you what you can extract from this surface. But it's also a great credit to Warrican. When he bowled from the other end, I didn't think he was as impactful. But every time he's bowled, today anyway, from this river end, he's managed to cause some issues.
Must be said, he's put his hand up. The West Indies have had to do without Cornwall for an entire session. Jason Holder too was absent for a significant amount of time. He's back on the field now.
Cool, Joe. Work, Joe.
Well, Kohli's got a lot of company
Come up, point.
around him for 3 balls as we head to tea.
Oh, yes, Joey. A little fuller.
Just heard Joshua Da Silva through our effects microphone say a little fuller, Jomel, a little fuller in length.
Hey, go out, Freeman.
A single to signal tea on day 2. It seemed like it was all India. It still is India in a commanding position. But in the last 15 minutes of that middle session of the second day, the West Indies finally have something to show for their efforts. 2 wickets, 99 runs in that session where Yashasvi Jaiswal completed a dream debut, 100, but Jamel Warrican has given West Indies something as they go in for tea.
Good hard work for this young man, 24 years old on Test match debut on a wicket of Rohit Sharma. And that young man, even younger, 21 years old on the left of your screen, debut in Test match cricket and a Test match 100. Don't undervalue this knock. Conditions are challenging and a novelty of Test match cricket.
Well, they had to work long and hard. 229 between Yashasvi Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma. It was a record for India against the West Indies. Shortly after his 100, though, Athanaze with the first Test wicket. Shubman Gill fell soon after to Jamel Warrican. He's tried a number of options, had to do without Raheem Cornwall that entire session, Craig Brathwaite. But 8 effective overs from Athanaze. Jamel Warrican, the bulk of the bowling, accounting for the 2 wickets. India's lead is 95. They still have plenty of batting to come. We have seen turn that Athanaze and Warrican exploited towards the end of that second session. Right, it's time for a short break. When we come back, we'll look back at what went down in this second session.
Welcome back to Windsor Park here in Dominica, and it's been a day filled with lots of action. The star, of course, Yashasvi Jaiswal, getting to his maiden Test match century and leading India to 245 for 2. Also, his captain, Rohit Sharma, getting another Test match century. And India at the moment, they lead by 95 runs in this very first Cycle Pure Agarbathi Test match powered by Yes Bank. Hello and welcome to Windsor Park, where the sun is out in its glory. We've had a fabulous day of Test match cricket, and I have the pleasure of introducing my guests, Shakira Selman to my left and Samuel Badri. Let's start first with Yashasvi Jaiswal. Shakira, how would you describe his innings and what you've seen from him so far in this Test match?
I think it was an audacious innings. I think it was brilliant. He showed decisiveness, he showed maturity, confidence, and versatility. I thought he stood up to the challenges on offer by the West Indies. At one point, the ball did spin and bounce quite a lot, especially when he was faced with Cornwall. And I think he handled it quite well. He was willing to leave alone a lots of deliveries from the pacers in particular, and he waited until the ball came into his zone and capitalized.
Samuel Badri, what would your advice be to the West Indian bowlers bowling to Yashasvi Jaiswal after tea?
Yeah, I think they need to exhibit a certain level of control. There is enough in the surface for the spinners. They're a little bit hamstrung not having Rakeem Cornwall, who I thought looked quite potent in that first session, but his absence in this post-lunch session really set them back. Again, it will be interesting to see if they take that new ball which is available to them and to see if the fast bowlers can extract anything from there. But the spinners, for me, are the ones who I think, if anyone can get a wicket, would be them.
Yeah. Yashasvi Jaiswal with multiple hundreds in the recent IPL, multiple hundreds in list day cricket. But this moment was a moment filled with emotions. Of course, he would have prepared for this throughout his lifetime. We spoke about the hardships that he's been through as a player, and to achieve this in his very first Test match, a Test match century, and of course unbeaten at the moment in a record partnership with his captain. It's stuff that dreams are made of. What a moment you can experience. These are the last 10 batters to score 100 on Test match debut for India. Jaiswal on that list, previous to him, Shreyas Iyer. Anybody that jumps out on that list, Shakira Selman, to you?
Shreyas Iyer, I'm a big fan of Shreyas Iyer, so definitely him. But I have also been a big fan of Suresh Raina, so really good to see his name on that list.
Yeah, not many of the Indian batters, they're scoring their first 100 on debut in India, outside of India. Does that kind of distinguish him a little bit more, Samuel Badri?
Yeah, it does. And one name that stands out on that list for me is Prithvi Shaw. Came out on the scene and there were so many expectations of him, and he has fallen away. So I don't want us to expect too many things from this young man. It's just the first, which we hope is of many for him. But we have to temper the expectations and not put too much pressure on him. Yes, he's an exceptional talent, but it's just the start of his career. But to do that, as you mentioned, away from home, the first Indian to score a century in debut in the West Indies, that's some achievement. And when you look at batting in senior countries, you talk about South Africa, England, New Zealand and Australia. Those are the countries that you really want to go and dominate and score runs. And this is a start for him here in the West Indies, and hopefully he can cash in.
Well, along the way in that innings that we saw from Jaiswal, he had a very good partnership with his captain, Rohit Sharma, of course, getting a Test match century himself, but a record partnership of 229, the highest against the West Indies, and of course eclipsing the previous best, 201 in 2002, scored by Sanjay Banga and Virender Sehwag. So again, a new benchmark for an opening pair, and it's the first time these two have come together in Test match cricket. What did you like about that relationship that you saw out in the middle, Shakira Selman?
Yeah, they're both from Mumbai, aren't they? But they hadn't batted together previously. So it was really good to see the way they communicated. I thought they communicated well. Yeah, there were a few miscommunications where there were chances of run-outs, but they did communicate well. And I think
Roy leaned on all his experience to guide the young man. Roy himself having made a test debut 100 against West Indies as well, not in the Caribbean but against West Indies as well. So I thought he led the young man and perhaps guided him through that, taught him through that, especially when he got into those 90s.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Shakira Selman. That mentorship that we saw from Rohit Sharma proved to be crucial to Jaiswal's success. Now, Samuel Badri, we saw a 10 Test match century from Rohit Sharma. Is that in contrast to what you saw from Jaiswal, or very much similar in approach?
Yeah, very similar in the approach. They were very circumspect and cautious at the start. It's really a Test match innings from Rohit Sharma. He absorbed the pressure. He was very responsible and mature. Hasn't done well against the West Indies in the West Indies. So to bring up that milestone here, I'm sure it will be quite pleasing for him. But just to set that platform at the top and set up this Test match, they've been in command all throughout and continue to be in command. That opening partnership really set that foundation, and to register a 10th Test match century, that's no mean feat.
Was there any concern to you, Shakira Selman, about the pace of that partnership? I mean, they didn't really score with great pace. Is that something that India will reflect upon or build upon?
I think it's something they'll build upon. I don't think they'll be too concerned. There's so much time left in the Test match. Obviously, they've done themselves credit by dismissing West Indies early in the first day. So they have so much time left in the Test match that they can afford to pace the innings. And now those two have set a platform, set a foundation from which players like Virat Kohli and the others to come can really launch.
Yeah, let's turn now to the West Indies and their efforts with the ball, eventually getting 2 wickets. The first, that of the captain, Rohit Sharma, Athanaze, Samuel Badri, the one to break the partnership.
Yeah, the guy from Dominica on home soil on debut. Much was expected from him with the bat, but he's produced with the ball some bounce and turn, and that has been the feature of this Test match from the spinners. We've seen it from Ravi Ashwin, and we've seen it now from these two, Jamal Warrican. A peach of a delivery to get rid of Shubman Gill, the angle into the right-hander, and then some bounce and turn. A sharp catch again, that man Athanaze in that slip region. He can't do no wrong so far on debut.
Have you seen anything different in the approach from Jamal Warrican in the absence of Rakeem Cornwall, Shakira?
Yeah, I think he's varied his pace quite well since Rakeem Cornwall has gone off. When Rakeem Cornwall was on the field, I think he was bowling quite quickly and focusing more on his accuracy. This time we've seen him focus on spinning the ball, and we saw that with the purchase he got on that delivery.
Okay, well, the West Indies will hope that in this post-T session that they continue to pick up wickets. What can we expect, Samuel Badri, in this post-T session?
Well, they're in a little bit of a conundrum. Their main spinner is off the field, not feeling well, and then the new ball is available. Whether or not they opt for it remains to be seen. But for me, it has to be a case of trying to get the new batter out. Virat Kohli looked a little bit circumspect when he first came to the crease against Warrican. So I would like to see Warrican continue with this old ball for a little bit longer and see whether or not they can eke out another wicket or two. But again, it's all about containment and trying to get wickets there, facing the barrel at the moment.
Do you agree with that, Shakira?
Yeah, I think going with the new ball for a little while longer, try to price out maybe Kohli, maybe Jaiswal with the way that Warrican is bowling, and then perhaps get the new ball when we have Ishan Kishan.
Okay, thank you very much, Samuel Badri, Shakira Selman, for your thoughts. We'll have to wait and see what transpires in this last session. More action coming your way. We hope that you'll continue to join us after the break.
Welcome back once again to Dominica, where the sun continues to beat down in a wonderfully blue sky. We've seen some fascinating cricket being played here again on the second day of this first test match. Virat Kohli getting himself into batting mode. He's at the crease, came to the crease just before the tea interval here at Windsor Park. If you missed any of the action, a fairy tale story for Yashasvi Jaiswal. Given all that he's been through growing up, 100 on test match debut. Rohit Sharma notched up his 10th test match 100 before he was dismissed by Athanaze. And Shubman Gill, coming in for the first time at number 3, was dismissed by a superb delivery from Warrican for 6. Rakeem Cornwall was very controlled and incisive with his bowling in the morning session before he left the field with a chest infection. Warrican has shouldered the workload very well, going past the outside edge on a number of occasions. But India lead by 95 on a pitch that is offering significant assistance to the slower bowlers, with Jaiswal still there on 116. Nothing more need be said from up there. Right, Shakira Selman has joined me. We're down in the heat there, and it is warm. Shakira, good to be back in the air conditioning. A new ball is due, but the way Warrican has bowled just leading up to tea, we may see him persist a little bit longer, you think, with that old ball?
Yeah, definitely, Bish. The way Warrican has bowled, and also the problems that Athanaze has caused. We saw him almost get Virat Kohli caught at leg slip just before the tea interval. So I'm expecting West Indies to persist with that old ball a bit longer, at least to break this partnership.
There were questions asked in the first ball that Virat Kohli faced off the bowling of Warrican, but in real time you saw Joshua Da Silva and Jermaine Blackwood had slipped, indicating that it was going past leg stump. I think it would be a fair call in your assessment there. But the option of having that second new ball is still something that Craig Brathwaite would keep at the back of his mind, should in case, just in case. But things are happening on the surface.
They've decided to continue with young Ali Athanaze, who's accounted for the wicket of Rohit Sharma. But as you said, Bish, things are happening. Questions are being asked. So perhaps just a few more overs with this old wall.
I like what they've done here as well, because Jason Holder is now at leg slip, and Akeem Jordan, who was previously there, is now at mid-off. And that's right, Jason Holder, much more agile, much more experienced in that position.
Akeem Jordan is known for having very good hands, very safe hands. Quite often he fields in slip and leg slip for Barbados in the first class competition.
Oh. Wait.
Unfortunately for him, he couldn't come up with that catch. But Jason Holder does have safer hands.
I think the experience of having done it there time and again, we've seen Jason take a couple of stunning catches in that position. So, yeah, I like that move. Jordan will have his time. I thought his moving across the ground today has been brilliant.
Go in, Alec.
It's one of those shots that's not easy to play, even with the spin. And it really is the hallmark of a high-class player.
He manages to stay leg side of that ball and hit it up and over extra cover with such ease and such grace. It's a shot of someone who's definitely in form.
Oh, yes, Alec. Well ball, buddy.
250 came up with that boundary.
No.
250 for 2.
End of the over, 250 up for India as well, 250 for 2 after 82 overs.
Go War Killer.
War Killer, keep going, Joey.
Go Worry.
And Jamel Warrican continue his wonderful work that we've seen generally today and particularly leading up to tea.
Jamel Warrican.
Goal Worry.
Work,
enjoy. Work, War. Keep going, War. Come on, there, boys. Go in, War Killer. Catch it. Ah. Yeah, kinda. No, not really.
Just want to see you.
Watch. Hey.
A bit too short there from Warrican again. But very good use of his feet and the crease, depth of the crease by Virat Kohli. Good movement across the ground by Akeem Jordan once more.
Overcompensating with that delivery against Jaiswal, but he wants definitely to be a little bit fuller. We heard Joshua Da Silva just before the tee saying fuller, Worry, fuller. Get the length up there, draw him forward.
Oh, was that? Go ahead, Joe.
That's two full War Killer.
No. Well done, AJ. Win War, no wit War.
Just dragging that one down again. If he's going to err, he prefer to err on the full side. Keep bringing Virat Kohli forward.
And straight. 252 for 2.
End of the over, 83 overs completed. India 252 for 2. Virat Kohli is not out on 6. Jaiswal unbeaten on 121.
Alec.
No.
Work, Alec. Oh, yes, Alec. Better, Alec. in, buddy. Work, Alec. Oh, yes, Alec, Athanaze. Go in, Alec. Oh, yes, Alec. Go in, Alec. Working, Alec.
Because the pitch has slowed down so much.
Ball, Alec.
Batters are much more comfortable when the ball is pitched further back.
Go in, Alec. Working, Alec.
Another reason West Indies bowlers need to err on the fuller side.
Oh. Yes.
Over.
253 for 2. Just one of those great stories in the world game, and again, many viewers understand Jaiswal's story, but there's still others who need to come to an understanding of what he has achieved. Moved from UP to Mumbai, the age of 10, 2 fielders at short mid-wicket. Put to work in a dairy shop, and that'll be 4. Leg byes indicated. He ended up getting kicked out of the place that he was living and ended up staying at a groundsman's tent where there was no electricity and a bathroom. Taken in, coached, selling pani puri at evenings, at night, to make ends meet, and to elevate himself from under 19 cricket to this. There has to be a documentary made on this young man's life, wherever and whatever he does from here on. It is a story of heroism, character, and determination, worth repeating over and over to encourage those in life who are going through challenges and a difficult time. Yashasvi Jaiswal, remember that.
Oh, yes, Tej, man.
When I read his story last week, Bish, in preparation for this series, I thought to myself how difficult that must have been for a young boy to leave home. To leave home at such a tender age, but also how difficult it must have been for his parents. And I'm sure they're watching on and proud. Everyone in Mumbai is so proud of what he has been able to achieve thus far. I believe there is much more to come from him.
Sometimes when we think we've had it hard, there are other people. 258 for 2.
Overs completed. It's now India 258 for 2.
Athanaze. outside the line of off stump.
With that fielder at deep square, they're being placed in front of square. Quite often we've seen Jaiswal just get outside of off stump, so he's able to access behind square on the leg side.
Stage. For the front foot as well, huh?
Work, Alec.
Oh!
Win, Alec.
Slip removed, and Jermaine Blackwood goes into short forward square position.
Oi.
Straight to him. 2-6-1 for 2.
That brings us to the end of the over. After 86 overs, it's India 261 for 2. The lead is now 111 runs. Alec Athanaze, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. Jomel Warrican, 25 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 69.
I thought it was enlightening just talking to the Honourable Prime Minister at the lunch interval and his views and efforts that are being put into the development of young cricketers in this country.
Oh! Good, that. Ball war.
And how much encouragement Shakira, and you know a couple of the young women in the West Indies under-19 that are coming through the system and the structure that is set up here that has produced this young man.
Yeah, young Ernisha Fontaine and Abijay St. John. Two Dominican bred West Indies under 19 players. They're over in Trinidad right now representing the Windward Islands.
Ball war, killer.
But it's encouraging to see a government investing so much in sport and especially in cricketers, in their young cricketers. Calvin Hodge and Ali Athanaze recently made sports ambassadors.
Oh, Joey.
And as a female, I can only hope soon some of those females will be added to the list. Dominica has Pearl Etienne, who has given heart and soul for her country at 40 years old. She's still playing for Windward Islands. She too has a remarkable story. She's not just playing, she's still dominating. She did take a few wickets for Windward Islands and made contributions with the bat.
Oh, yes, man, Joey.
I don't know how she's still doing it at 40. It speaks to her commitment to the sport. I spoke to her this morning and she says she's still doing it because she enjoys it. She enjoys playing.
Some people love it. I wonder how far the new ball is away from Brathwaite's mind here. Post tee. 2-6-2 for 2. Alec Athanaze. You talk about that enjoyment, something that Alec himself talked about, his enjoyment of the game and his pursuit of excellence. He wants to be considered one of the best in the game, not just someone who's played the game.
No.
And I like that he's driven, he's focused.
25, missing out. Catch it! Oh. Go in, Alec.
And I was particularly pleased to hear him say he wanted to be one of the best in the world, not just in the region. I think of late, we've seen too many of our cricketers being satisfied with being the best in the region.
Oh, yes, Alec.
Yeah, Shakira, what's the gold standard? What's the gold standard globally? This young man is showing the way here in terms of desire at the start of his international career. So Athanaze will look at him, although he's younger. He will look at the man who was at the non-strikers end and who's still there now, previously before his form slump, and say, that's the gold standard I want to aim at. 2-6-2 for 2.
Completed, maiden over for Alec Athanaze. It's India 262 for 2 after 88.
They've seen a lot of it.
Oh!
Yeah, a little bit of bounce. Warrican continues to probe.
Just been wondering about perhaps putting a short leg for that one that carries on with the arm.
Oh, yes, Warrican.
But you take him from.
Go in, Warrican, War. Oh, catch it! Oh,
Outside edge, one bounce to Ali Athanaze. Almost identical to that delivery he bowled at Sherman Gill. I'm thinking if Warrican, if you can trust him to persist with the fuller length, could be worth taking out that man from point.
Down right?
Because you're asking him to bowl fuller and straighter, so it becomes more difficult for Virat Kohli to access that backward point area.
Joey.
Jimmy.
264 for 2. Lead 114. Athanaze is out of the attack. Craig Brathwaite himself. You have a trundle from the Billy Doctorow Pavilion end.
Is the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
By signal from slightly roughed up areas outside of the left-hander's off stump.
Unlike previous deliveries, that one not really bouncing. Just getting through the legs of Joshua De Silva.
Oh, he was out.
You mentioned, and we were talking about adversity and rising above adversity and lessons learned by young players. I remember listening to the president of CWI on a podcast recently, I think Caribbean Cricket Podcast, I think, where he said in 2019, when Athanaze had been already playing some first-class cricket, he hadn't performed to the level they were expecting, and the Windward Islands took away his domestic contract. They took it away from him because of lack of performance. And Dr. Shallow said they didn't leave Alec Athanaze on his own. They still sort of looked after him, even though they thought he needed to learn some lessons, some tough lessons, and Alex said that changed his whole perspective. They stuck with him, they supported him, even though they took the contract away, and that was one of the turning points in his young career he talks about. That focused him on what was important to his development back in 2019. So sometimes you go through that adversity, and if you channel the disappointment in the right direction, you rise above it and you overcome.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to be taken out of your comfort zone. And that perhaps pulled him out of that, made him work harder. He's risen because of that.
Oh, I bowled Craig, guys. Really good, Craigie.
And quite often we've spoken about Ravichandran Ashwin and the fact that he was left out in that World Test Championship final.
Oh, well bowled, Craig.
He said it was an opportunity to bounce back, and sometimes you need that in life. 269 for 2.
End of the over, 90 overs completed. It's India 269 for 2. The Shavi Jaiswal is unbeaten on 128. Virat Kohli not out on 9. Wicket takers so far for the West Indies, Jomel Warrican, 27 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 72. Alec Athanaze, 12 overs.
Rahul Dravid, the former Indian batsman and captain on the left, now coach of the team. Ravichandran Ashwin, Shakira Selman was just articulating some statements and thoughts that Ashwin echoed himself. And typical of Ashwin, that he's probably staring into the analyst's computer there, probably looking at other ways that he can somehow improve. Well, that's an assumption. They could just be watching a movie. Anyway, he's probably looking at Yashasvi Jaiswal's knock. If you missed any of it, historic. An Indian batsman scoring a Test 100 in the Caribbean on debut. And it's ebbed and flowed because he's had his aggressive moments, but he's also showed periods of great patience and judgment and skill on a pitch that has not been simple, and millions are proud and celebrated with him. Remember, 3 of his domestic hundreds, 9 first-class hundreds, 3 of them are double hundreds. Fourth youngest Indian to score 100 in Test match debut.
No.
Doesn't look as though he's willing to give it up.
Work, War. Worry.
Continues to show that hunger for runs.
Oh, well ball, War.
And we would know
Working, Joey. Keep working,
when you're
Joey.
doing well, you need to cash in. This is an opportunity for him to cash in.
Ball, Worry.
He's shown unbelievable concentration, such versatility,
Helmet.
and really good discipline, especially as a youngster. It's really encouraging to see. Really big character being shown by him.
I didn't hear you, Jace. I didn't hear it. After I heard it.
Curious, you know, curious to imagine
buddy.
what a harder ball would do, even if it's
Ready,
bowled, new ball by Warrican from one end. Whether it'll spit a little bit more quickly and bounce a little bit more.
Go in, War Killer.
Last time I said that, the wicket fell, so let's see.
Catch it. Well done, Skull.
It's not going to fall from that length.
Go in, War.
Newer ball lately to threaten both edges of the bat.
I'll catch it. Yeah! Well done. Well done.
We're not sure, Josh. We're not sure. We're not sure. We're not sure. Seconds, lads. 5 seconds, lads.
He takes some convincing, and they do go for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a player's review for catch. The original decision is not out.
TV Umpire Director, players review for court. Original decision not out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision, please? I need ultra edge to determine. Looks like just pad. So roll through, it's hitting the ground. Just go back there, I can see a gap between bat and ball. Yeah, go through, hitting the ground, and then it hits the pad. I'll go back to a Richard on field. Richard, stay with your decision signal.
That tells us what we need to know. 270 for 2.
The decision is not out, and that also brings us to the end of the over after 91 overs. It's India 270 for 2.
The lead by India, 120 runs. Jaiswal 129, Virat Kohli working hard at the start of his innings, as we often see with very good batters in this format of the game. Foundation to a test innings so important, as we've seen from Jaiswal in his approach at the start of his innings. Here is Brathwaite. Also have the pleasure of Sir Kirtley Ambrose alongside me. Sir Kirtley, second new ball. Take it or not?
It's available. That's a good question. Is Captain Brathwaite going to take it? Maybe a few hours before the close of play. Has been a long day at the office for them.
Go catch it. No, Alec. No, Alec. Oh. Oh.
Run rate has moved from about 2.5 to now just under 3. Again, underscoring the acceleration that we've seen post-lunch from India with the bat.
Cool, Craig, guys.
That is what you can expect from high-quality batters. The longer they spend out in the middle, is the easier, more fluent they score.
I want to see it. No, that's man.
And Virat Kohli, great player that he is, hasn't been in the best of form in recent time. So of course he will want to make amends. Perfect opportunity for him to get a score on his belt. Looking a little bit shaky at the moment.
Oh, Craig, guys.
But I have to remember as well that Jaiswal took 16 deliveries to get off the mark. And since then, he's played brilliantly. So Virat Kohli probably just taking his time, getting used to the surface, and then...
Oh.
Very slow from Craig Brathwaite in that last delivery. 272 for 2. Dominica has been an ideal host for this first test match. True reflection of the Caribbean when you visit this island country.
Cheers. Jordan.
Of course, a great opportunity for West Indian young cricketers to be playing alongside Virat Kohli, a modern great in this format of the game. Of course, his average for majority of his career was above 50. That has now dipped to just about 48.
Going more.
Reflection of his slight decline in form in recent time, but I'm sure he'll get it back up to over 50.
Oh, catch it here as well. Done.
Sir Kirtley, he'll require 221 not out in this innings to achieve that. Let's look at his career. 2800s, great conversion rate, 2850s. 48.79 his average.
Ball war. Working, killer.
Excellent stuff, this working.
I guess for me, what stands out when you look at Virat Kohli playing in Test match cricket and across formats is that intensity at the crease.
Oh!
Every time he walks the bat, he walks with that intent to score. Puts a very high price on his wicket. At no time you'd see him in a leisurely mood, values his wicket, values his reputation as a player.
Such a wonderful player, a great servant to India's cricket for many years in all three formats.
Yeah, look at the last 3 Test series that India played against Sri Lanka. They played 2 Test matches. He averaged 27 with a high score of 45. That's Virat Kohli. And against Bangladesh, 15 was his average. So way below par. Talk more about that in the next over. 272 for 2. Still Ajinkya Rahane, Jadeja, Ishan Kishan, who is on debut, will relish the opportunity to bat out in the middle with such a good platform. Just 2 wickets for the West Indies. The captain, Rohit Sharma, getting dismissed straight after he brought up 3 figures, his 10th Test match century. Bowling change, Jason Holder. Is this a sign of Craig Brathwaite turning to that second new ball?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a change in bowling from the Billy Doctor Pavilion end. The new bowler, Jason Holder, number 98. India, 272.
The new ball is certainly available. It's going to be a situation where maybe Jason Holder wants to bowl a few with his older ball just to get into that rhythm and groove. Get rid of that little stiffness. It's been a long day for them. Or are they going to wait until tomorrow? Come back out. I wouldn't say fresh, because as far as goes, you're never fresh.
You can speak to that. No, but I can understand Jason Holder wanting to bowl a few with this 93 over ball. Maybe trying to extract a bit of reverse swing, if there's any, and then possibly make that decision to take the second new ball, because in taking the second new ball, it's a double-edged sword. Can bring you wickets. It can also allow for free scoring.
Solitary slip in place.
So just finishing with that Virat Kohli list of series coming into this Test match. I spoke about Bangladesh, I spoke about Sri Lanka against Australia. That is when he scored that Test match century. This is where he sits on the list of all-time greats in Test match cricket for India. Of course, Sachin Tendulkar at the top. Against Australia in 4 Test matches, he averaged 49, had the highest score of 186. Yeah, 8,489 runs and climbing, not far off from Virender Sehwag.
Look at that list. Some brilliant players there. Sachin Tendulkar, top of the list. Rahul Dravid, the great Sunil Gavaskar, who scored 1,000,000 runs against West Indies when we had the best team in the world. That was special. They got Rahul Dravid, the great now the coach.
Top 3 players on that list, all averaging in excess of 50 in Test match cricket.
Look at that. VVS Lashman as well. Mid-40s. Sehwag just a shade on the 50. Well, look at the top 3. Man, they don't come any better.
1300s for Sunil Gavaskar against the West Indies. Virtually owns the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain.
Loves West Indies bowling. That's one of the reasons I've said, you know, to many cricket pundits that Sunil Gavaskar, I'll probably say he's the greatest opening batsman ever, right? Because when you look at the dominant West Indies team, and he just, when everyone else struggling, he just stood up and just, I don't know, man, he was just special. He was just special.
Yeah, for a short man, and to be so prolific against that great West Indian side. Surely in a class of his own. And talking about Sunil Gavaskar owning the Queen's Park Oval, Sir Curtly Ambrose, he owned it with the bat, you owned it with the ball.
Well, many cricket experts claimed that the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad is a spinner's paradise. Well, it's one of two things. Either I was bowling spin, or they were wrong.
End of the over. A maiden one to start with for Jason Holder. 272 for 2.
It's India, 272 for 2. Jason Holder, 13 overs, 5 maidens, none for 27. Economy rate of 2.10.
Yes, Sir Curtly Ambrose, you were top of that hill in terms of wickets at the Queen's Park Oval. 66 test wickets at that venue. The most by any bowler in test match cricket.
That's all?
45? 45? 45?
No, but... Yeah, but I've always done well at the Queen's Park Oval.
Just to lay the stats that Sunil Gavaskar achieved at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad. 793 runs, an average of 99 in test match cricket, with 4 test match centuries.
5? Yeah.
Well, special player he was.
My area of interest from...
Great man.
Well, true.
Yeah, very Bradman-like in his average.
Oh.
Easy single. Any special spells that you had at that venue, Sir Curtly Ambrose? I think I could remember one.
Which one was that?
Against England.
I knew that was coming.
Go and work, killer.
Heavily biased onside field.
Catch it, catch it!
Catch him! Vociferous appeals coming from all the players in and around the bat. The umpire unmoved. And the West Indies, well, no more reviews.
They were all excited. Joshua De Silva, the wicketkeeper, and all the closing fielders went up immediately. You can shout and carry on as much as you like. That man standing at the stumps in that black and white, he's a key man. And if he's unmoved, then not even close.
Not properly timed.
Go and worry, work, worry.
Possibly evidence that this ball is quite soft.
Won't worry.
Not afraid to use his feet, Jaiswal, but danced a little bit just now. I don't hear no music.
No.
Dancing down the track on this occasion. Comfortably on the back foot, defends well. End of the over, 273 for 2. Record opening partnership for India in Test match cricket against the West Indies, 229. That is what Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma produced. West Indies continues with the old ball.
You mentioned earlier, DG Ganga, that one of two things. Either they don't want to take a new ball because this one is soft, so it prevents you from scoring quickly. And the new ball could probably get some wickets. I think they're going for the lot. I think they're going for the former.
The last thing you want as a captain is to wear your premier bowlers down with the old ball and then not having them with enough energy to make use of that second new ball. You have to balance the opportunity with the current state of play and what he is able to accomplish at the moment. Still having that run rate in check, 2.8. That is what India has achieved in their 95 plus overs. Chance for a run out. And for the second time, Hakeem Jordan doesn't get the throw accurately.
A slight hesitation. See, yes, and then no. Would have been gone by a long way. Must have been a little panic from Jaiswal as Hakeem Jordan picked that ball up, but was way off target. A good healthy lead so far for India. 124 runs at the moment. This partnership so far is worth 34 runs, 101 deliveries. So it's sort of a slow going for them. Jaiswal and Kohli.
Over, guys.
Well, Hakeem Jordan on the field as a substitute. Of course, a reserve for this West Indies test side. Hails from Barbados. Had a very good West Indies first-class domestic season for Barbados. 22 wickets to his name. Hence the reason why he's in the reckoning for this West Indian test side.
Over.
274 for 2.
So was completed. It's India 274 for 2. Jaiswal 14 overs, 5 maidens, none for 28. The batsman at the crease, Virat Kohli, 12 not out, and the shabby Jaiswal has beaten on 130. He's faced some 297 balls and he's hit 13 fours so far.
Nice solid partnership developing here between Kohli and Jaiswal. 34 already. Jaiswal 130. Doesn't look bored. Still looks very interested in scoring more runs, Jaiswal. We often talk about batters having the right attitude and developing that attitude at the lower levels and lower tiers in cricket. There's an appetite for scoring double hundreds, and he's looking like he wants to transfer that at the international level already in his first game at the Test format.
Oh, Warrior, Warrior, well done.
Already faced 297 deliveries, Jaiswal, which tells you that he has got the ability to bat long, spend a lot of time at the crease.
Ball, Warrior.
When I look at him on the field with his Test cap, he reminds me a bit of Shivnarine Chanderbal when he was in his younger days.
Catch it! Oh.
Speaking of Shiv Chandrapal, when he made his debut in 1994 against England in Guyana, his hometown, some people weren't happy with the decision, including some of my teammates, names we won't get into. But look how Shiv turned out, you know. And I heard David Halford, who was a selector then, said that's one of the best selections he has ever made.
Like Gully being installed.
Oh, well, ball, Warrior. Catch it.
Just a single from the over. 275 for 2. And it's time for Blue Water's drinks break.
India 275 for 2. We'll also now have some drinks on the field. The batsmen not out. Jaiswal, Jaiswal, unbeaten on 130. Virat Kohli is not out on 13. The partnership is 35. And the lead is 125 runs.
$275 for 2. And India, Yashasvi Jaiswal. Still to be dismissed in Test match cricket is young Yashasvi Jaiswal. He has treated us to a memorable 100. Attritional at times, innovative at others. 130 not out. He faced nearly 300 balls. Deserves every ounce of comfort coming his way. 229 opening partnership with Rohit Sharma, a record for India against the West Indies. He had the perfect partner in the form of his captain. Lead control Rohit Sharma. Picked up boundaries at will. Helped himself to Test match ton number 10. Only a second away from home. Hard work for the West Indies bowler, Samuel Badri.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very much the case. Just two successful bowlers. The debutant, Athanaze, picking up his first, and Warrican picking up one himself. Lots of bowlers used. And this is where we stand at the moment. West Indies winning the toss yesterday morning. Craig Brathwaite deciding to bat first. Shot out for 150. India 275 for 2. Couple of centurions from India so far. These are the 2 wickets to fall. Rohit Sharma initially given not out. Review proved otherwise. Just some gloves involved. And a good catch from Joshua Da Silva. Very alert to the fact. First wicket for Athanaze in Test match cricket. And then it was a turn of Jamel Warrican. Good catch again, Athanaze in the thick of things. Good pace from Warrican, some turn, and a sharp catch. Good reflexes, very agile, the young man. We're in the Nature Isle in Dominica. Dominica's volcanic origins have created fascinating underwater landscapes. There is the magic of submerged volcanic cliffs, drop-offs, pinnacles, and lava formations. If you're into diving, underwater features, there's no other place to be than in the Nature Isle. Have a look at these images. Rana Kampur, a part of paradise, whale sanctuary as well.
Stunning. Simply stunning. Yashasvi Jaiswal is in paradise himself. Just Jermaine Blackwood will pick up responsibilities after the Blue Waters drinks break. It's going to be a first ball for Blackwood from the Billy Doctor of Pavilion End.
Oh, catch it! Oh.
So Ronak, that means only Joshua Da Silva and Tejna and Chandrapal have not yet bowled in this innings. 9 bowlers used.
Oh, we know what that was like. We were at the receiving end. 2002. Everyone bowled, even Ajay Ratra, the keeper. So India know one of these experiences.
Oh, yes, Darakia.
But this was always on the cards, wasn't it? After West Indies were dismissed yesterday in some 60-odd overs.
Why did it take so long, Dad? Ask the question.
And with this powerful batting lineup, yeah, the fans, they're still here, they're still with us, thankfully.
Oh, Dad,
still hoping for some bit of magic.
You got to beg for it, Dad.
Yeah, just as you slotted in, I saw you have a cricket ball next to you, Samuel Badri. Eager to get out there?
Oh, none, Craig. Don't let him get any, Craig. Oh, Craig, guys, love that.
Yeah, this red ball, never my type. I think I was a little bit allergic to the red ball, Ronak.
None, Craig, guys. Go in, dads. Come on, dads. Front foot. You were telling them before. Come on, dads.
Yeah, not my color. I much prefer the white ball, faster formats.
Oh, no.
Look at that. Some bounce and turn even from Jermaine Blackwood. I just wonder what the West Indian batters are thinking about. 276 for 2.
End of the first over after drinks is India, 276 for 2 after the 98 overs.
Kemar Roach. Just a bit surprised. He's bowled just 11 overs into the 99th of this innings.
New bowler from
Craig Brathwaite using him in short, sharp bursts.
Kemar Roach.
Kohli's welcomed him back. The lovely drive that'll get him 2.
Yeah, Kemar Roach has a phenomenal record at home in terms of wickets. More than 99 wickets more in the West Indies as compared to his overall stats. And a similar number of test matches, so very prolific in the region. Really enjoys bowling at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium in Antigua in particular. Different conditions altogether here, not much in it for the fast bowlers, but toiling away. Talking about the number of bowlers used, they not too long ago in February of this year against Zimbabwe, used 9 bowlers, the West Indies, in that test series. I wonder if they can possibly use a 10th. Yet to take that second new ball. I suspected as much after T. Ronak that they might just want to see what they can get off the old ball for a few overs. Now that they've seen that there's not much in it, I think it's time that they do go for that new ball.
Yeah, Craig Brathwaite starting with Athanaze and Warrican, who did ask questions just before tea. I have seen at times that bowlers like to switch to the second new ball in between an over. There are bowlers who prefer an over just to loosen up and then take the new balls. Maybe Kemar Roach's reintroduction with that very plan. The back of Craig Brathwaite's mind, second new ball is available.
And if you have missed the news, Rakim Cornwall is off the field, has been for some time. Chest infection, we're told. And that has seriously impacted the West Indian captain and his options available. When he did operate, Rakim Cornwall proved to be quite threatening.
.279 for 2.
99 overs completed. It's India 279 for 2.
9 bowlers used, 2 successful. Alec Athanaze breaking the opening stand. Jamel Warrican getting Shubman Gill shortly after. Rakim Cornwall hasn't featured since lunch. Hope we've got some room on that card. In case we see 10th
Yeah.
bowling option. Blackwood is going to continue.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Tish.
Just been reliably informed that Chandra Paul has bowled before. Tej that is. So there is that possibility. Just have to decrease the deck size to get a 10th in there. If dispense with the forward short leg, yeah, maybe see him a little bit later on as well.
Oh, none, Craig.
You know that saying, Sam, sins of the father and the sins of the son.
Going that.
Shivnarine Chandrapal was responsible for India using 11 bowlers in a test match.
Hold that.
Yeah, and he was responsible for fielders spending lots of hours out in the sun, so someone has to pay.
We brought up that game yesterday. We talked about Anil Kumble and that image with the broken jaw, Antigua 2002. West Indies batted 248 overs. Now there is a fielder in the deep, but he has work to do. Jamal Warrican, short and wide from Blackwood, and Jaiswal looks ever so comfortable at the crease. Yeah, it was 248 overs, so we're not even halfway there.
The two assistant coaches for the West Indies, Kenny Benjamin to the left, Stuart Williams to the right. Former teammates for the Leeward Islands and the West Indies.
Down, Tish.
282 for 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the West Indies have taken the new ball.
Umpires have had a midfield conference. Nigel Duguid brought the second new ball to Michael Goff, who has passed it on. Playing a game, the umps. Richard Kettleborough confirms that Kemar Roach has now got the new ball in his hand. We'll wait to see now what Craig Brathwaite offers Kemar Roach. There was a shot mid-on. Keem Jordan, the substitute fielder of the first ball of the last over. Kohli hit a drive through the offside and that fielder was moved there. So Jason Holders had slipped. 2 slips for Roach with the second new ball.
Huge appeal going down the leg side. No reviews left for the West Indies, remember. Easy enough decision for umpire Kettleborough. And Kemar Roach at home, I was just mentioning his numbers. 180 wickets at 22 in the West Indies. Yeah, just confirmation that it's going down the leg side. 180 at home, 81 away at 39 when he's not playing in the West Indies. Much prefer playing here in the region, yet to get a wicket to add to his tally. Jason Holder just egging his teammates on, cheering on. And this is a time, Ronak, when you really need the support of those around. When the chips are down, when it's tough going. That experience from Jason Holder showing, and they're hoping for some form of inspiration, something to go their way. Jaiswal has shown tremendous patience. 315 deliveries, such a proclivity for scoring runs and batting long.
There he is, Jason Holder. Now Alzari Joseph took the new ball. See Joseph coming in from the other end. Will it be Holder?
Yeah, maybe Alzari Joseph with that extra pace. Jason Holder's had some work as well. But this man potentially can create some problems. And not much assistance for Kemar Roach. Usually has the ability to angle the ball into the left-hander and get it to seam away. Taken a proliferation of wickets in that regard. But he isn't getting any sort of assistance from this pitch.
.283 for 2. Attritional day of Test cricket. 2.6 run rate.
It's Alzari Joseph back into the
Alzari Joseph, who partnered Kemar Roach with the first new ball, will reprise his role with the second.
Alzari Joseph has that ability to nip the ball away from the right-handed batter.
Extra man in the slips for Joseph.
And if we can have a look at the way he's been dismissed since 2021, Virat Kohli, those deliveries that seam away have tended to trouble him. Quite a number of dismissals with this type of bowling. A few seaming back in as well. Hasn't scored a century away from Asia since 2018, is it, Rona? A long, long time.
Yeah, last got 100 away from Asia at Perth. Big single, and you'll get that with Kohli at the crease. And that's why this innings is of great significance for Virat Kohli. India have shown they're very serious about this series. Full strength team, with the exception of any players who nursing injuries or managing workload. It's been hard work for Kohli. 19 of 57. It's those areas that Alzari Joseph is targeting.
You can see that determination on his face, Virat Kohli, that he wants to get runs, he wants to get a score. Average has dipped below 50 in recent times. Some questions have been asked about his performances, and someone with so much pride would want to answer those questions affirmatively.
No. Sharp work from Blackwood, who is the extra man in the slips. In fact, just the 2 for Jaiswal. Kohli had 3.
We've seen around the world, Ronak, particularly in the Ashes, the rate of scoring has increased in recent times. Looking at this scoring rate, 101 overs, we're in the 102nd, 286. Just 2 wickets falling. And the way the Indian batters have played, is there any bit of concern, or is it good test match batting?
It's the way India play, Sam. You know, we've been entertained in different styles of test cricket in other parts of the world. This team's built a formidable record at home, and success in Australia, which was not something that we'd seen for many years. The back of playing exactly this way. Swing and a miss. 286 for 2.
Yeah, last ball of that over, full and wide and tempting Jaiswal. Good carry through to the Silva as well. Lead by 136. So much time left in this game. 3 days after today. All set up by their bowling effort on day 1. So they won't be in any sort of rush, India. Lots of time for their batters to build an innings and to consolidate. Jaiswal has a penchant for getting big scores. That's what, 10 centuries now and 2 half-centuries in first-class cricket for Jaiswal. Double centuries as well, both in first class and list A. So he has demonstrated that appetite, that hunger, that desire. And really, the way he's applied himself. Look at that record.
Yeah, and we've made a mention of it a couple of times already. He's shown this style as well in first-class cricket in a semi-final in the Ranji Trophy. Initially interested in the single, but Kohli sends him back, and rightly so. Faced 1 ball short of 600 in that, and now having just played his 323rd ball, this is now the most balls faced by an Indian on debut in Test cricket. Going past Mohammad Azharuddin, faced 322 at the Eden Gardens against England in 1984. Saw Azharuddin on that list of Test centurions on debut. So the records, early days in his international career, but they continue to break pretty quickly. 324 balls now.
It's been a record-filled day for Jaiswal, the first Indian to score a century on debut here in the West Indies. A record opening partnership for India against the West Indies, and like you say, they just continue to pile on.
This could be the end of it. Umpire Kettleborough says no, and Craig Brathwaite has no reviews. They cannot believe it. Well, it is Yashasvi Jaiswal's day.
I think the only bit of concern for the umpires was whether the impact, where the impact was made. Was it outside off stump? That's a really good shout from the West Indies. Height might be the other issue. Impact in line, wickets hitting. Fortunately for the West Indies, they do not have any reviews left.
Well, they've all just had a look at it on the big screen. The fielders, the bowler, the umpire. Nothing you can do. It's a hard one. There were a couple of sounds, but that looked good. at the first look.
Yeah, it did look good initially. Quick single, comfortably in, despite the direct hit. You know, looking at it in real time from where we are, of course, we're not in the best position, but it did look pretty adjacent. A little bit late on that one. Excellent delivery from Kemar Roach. And everything going their way, except the umpire raising his finger. Yeah, he knew. He also knows that there aren't any reviews left. I wonder if they can borrow one from the next innings, Ronak.
And to be honest, Sam, they only have themselves to blame. I know it's hard. Kemar Roach has earned that wicket. But you had 3 reviews. Regulations allow you 3 reviews and a couple of close ones, but I think it's fair to say they wasted a few. .288, still for 2.
That's the over. After 103, it is 288 for 2 India. Jaiswal is not out on 134. And Virat Kohli is unbeaten on 21. The partnership is 48.
Kemar Roach should have had Yashasvi Jaiswal. What more do I need to do? Well, Joshua De Silva has played his part in no reviews. Two reviews burnt on Virat Kohli in a matter of 4 balls just before tee of the bowling of Jamel Warrican. Pretty fair that both those calls did not look out in real time. This one did.
But he's shown great temperament, Jaiswal, and he would have seen the big screen as well and understand that it was a reprieve. But he seems to be unfazed by that. And that's the beauty of his play. Playing ball on merit, biding his time out in the middle, not too fussed about rate of scoring or anything like that. Just a hard grind, wearing the opposition down. A wry smile on his face, Kemar Roach. Could have added to his tally of wickets here at home. Not to be.
Yeah, it's a tough job umpiring. They've been excellent, both Richard Kettleborough and Michael Goff. Reviews are there to help them. But you've got to keep enough in the bank. Hot afternoon at Windsor Park.
Just making sure he has his fielders in the right position. Alzari Joseph, Kemar Roach wants him a little bit wider down at fine leg. Deep square leg in position as well. So maybe a short delivery on the horizon. Or at least he wants the batter to think that.
Yeah, I wonder what effect that non-dismissal will have on the West Indies. It's been a long, hot day under the sun. India in the ascendancy. Still a new ball. Need to keep their chins up. As eager as ever, Kohli, to try and come back for two.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the 50
That single
between Jaiswal and
brings up the
Kohli.
50 of the partnership. It's been tough. Virat Kohli, 22 of 61. He's still out there, so is Yashasvi Jaiswal. He's taken 150 balls.
Yeah, Jaiswal has been there since the start, late yesterday afternoon, all of today. It's been hot and humid and very taxing on the body. But he's a young man. Should be able to withstand the rigors of Test match cricket. 290 for two.
End of the over, it's 290 for two after 104 overs. Partnership, the 50 partnership came off 150 balls between Jaiswal and Virat Kohli. Jaiswal is not out on 135. And Virat Kohli is unbeaten on 22. Oh man, you should have asked.
8,500 plus Test match runs for Virat Kohli. Add a couple more. And it really depends on how you bowl to him as a seamer. There are a number of bowlers who would say fourth stump, fifth stump. Would be a way to operate at Virat Kohli, but then there are other bowlers who prefer to look for the LBW and nip the ball back in from outside the off stump.
Because of the slow nature of the surface, Bish, and nothing much happening in terms of seaming away from the right-hander, maybe bowling a little bit straighter, looking for the LBW decision might be a better option. Yes, we know Kohli like to get on the front foot and push at deliveries that may be just a bit wide of off stump, but nothing much happening off the surface.
See, that's come back. So I think it depends on your strength. If you're a guy who likes to shape the ball away, I still think that there's an opportunity there. But if you're going to look to attack the stumps, here's what I think the best way is. With Virat Kohli, you've got to pull him across the off stump, and then sort of get the head falling across to the offside and then nip it back. Because against excellent players, you know this much better than I do. Wickets aren't coming in isolation. There's a setup process to it.
Kohli hasn't been his fluent self in this inning so far. Not looking to be in good form. 24 from 67 deliveries. Well, that's not an issue in terms of the balls faced. We're just not looking as fluent.
292 for 2. The lead 1-4-2. So often the extra pace of Alzarri Joseph is something that the batters, certainly in this innings, have acclimated to better. Squeeze for 4. Not exactly where he probably went to hit it.
Alzarri Joseph looks a lot better in this spell than he did throughout the rest of the game. Very wayward, but look much better, more controlled. Couple of edges that fell short of the second slip. Well, what was that? That one certainly took off. Look where George Willie Silva took that, just above his shoulder. Just a holder, the keeper himself looked very convinced, but nah, bat hit the ground, ball far away from the edge. Flirting with danger. Jaiswal. And I do like the look of Alzarri Joseph Bish. And look at the puff of dust as the ball hit the surface.
A great feat of concentration for Yashasvi Jaiswal on Test match debut. Only Rohit Sharma and Shekhar Dhawan ahead of him away from home. This is the highest in foreign soil. It's an insatiable appetite to score. 296 for 2.
Over completed at the end of 106 overs. It's India 296 for 2.
Zari Joseph taking temporary leave from the action. Kemar Roach.
Certainly it's been a long day, Bish, for West Indies. And even though they haven't really taken the volume of wicket they would have wanted, the run rate hasn't really got out of control. It's still way below 3 per over at the moment.
I'd like to revisit these 3 deliveries again because we talked about that plan of drawing the batsman across the off stump.
Joshua De Silva, the wicket keeper, seemed to be in some trouble after taking that last delivery. And he's called for the medical team. Let's see what happens here. That seemed to have gone right in the catching area, but he's got tape on his finger. So I reckon that finger's a bit sore. Straight away, he felt that pain.
Yes, I agree. It's been a long, hard day. The West Indies have persevered, but whether 296 is a reflection of conditions, I would debate that. Rakeem Cornwall has been missing in action, unfortunately, unwell with a chest infection. But it's certainly when India take the field later in the game, Ashwin and Jadeja in particular will be hoping to continue extracting out of this. So for this home series, India and England come later this year, and you can have your Caribbean Institute MasterCard give you or get you a discount on West Indies home match tickets in 2023. Visit windiescricket.com. Yeah, I was talking about those 3 deliveries and how you can look to set up a batter. It's outside the off stump, back of a length, and then it's outside the off stump again, drawing in on 5th, 6th stump, and then looking to go straight. So it's typical of pulling a batter across the stumps and then looking to attack the stumps. And he's okay, Joshua Da Silva.
You never had a problem, Bish, drawing the batsman to the offside. With your high pace and swing, you've chipped a few edges in the time without even trying.
Over the years, right, you always get motivated by big players.
I was the one who wanted to draw a batsman across the offside.
That's what I like about you. That's what I love about you, actually. You never back down from a challenge, Bedrin. You are 35 years old, you got 2 blessings strong for me, huh? Never back down from these big ones, boy. Yeah, Bedrin.
Jason Holder saying Roach likes to get big players out. He never backs down from a challenge. 296 for 2.
And that's the over. India 296 for 2 after 107 overs. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a change in the bowling from the Billy Doctor Pavilion end. It's going to be Raymond Reefer.
6 overs remaining in the day's play. Raymond Reefer. 1 over earlier in the day. Wonder if we might see another over before the conclusion from Jomel Warrican with his 2nd new ball.
We may just see Jomel Warrican coming from the river end.
Devin Imlach, who was a part of that West Indies under-19 team that won the under-19 World Cup in 2016 under the leadership of Shimon Hetmai, young Guyanese. Usually adept behind the stumps with gloves on. Good cricketer.
You spoke about winning the Under-19 World Cup in 2016, Bish. That was a fantastic year in the history of West Indies cricket. 3 world championships. The Under-19, the female, and then the men's senior team, all in 1 year. That was really a high point of West Indies cricket.
Another milestone ticked off for one of India's phenomenal players. For Virat Kohli, just gone up the batting list. Game of dominoes and never been a dominoes man.
Oh, that's a beautiful game, Bish.
Eye of the beholder and all that.
I know who's a huge domino player. Courtney Andrew Walsh.
Yeah, just confirmation that Virat has gone above Virender Sehwag. Sehwag was outstanding, averaging 49 or averaged 49 across his career. $298 for 2.
That's the over. It's 298 for 2 after 108. Virat Kohli is not out on 25. Jaiswal is unbeaten on 140. The partnership, 58 runs.
Game that is popular across the Caribbean, and it can get really aggressive where guys can stand up and slam the dominoes into the desk with a ferocity to establish their point.
And I can tell you something else. You've usually had some heated arguments too. We want to see players get emotional, get upset when things not going their way, or their partner play something wrong. Trust me, Bish.
Warrican, number 65.
Right, Jamel Warrican back into the attack. He's had his moments throughout this day's play, but only to the result of a solitary wicket of Shubman Gill. His second new ball, just about 8 overs old, so can he get some bounce and turn to close out this day? Short leg in.
Down, Alec.
Right, Joey, all right, Joey. Get back for your team, you big Joe.
Go in, War. Oh! Good hands.
That one kept a little bit low.
Oh, yes, Warri boy.
There's a quicker delivery as well. Almost breach the defense of Virat Kohli.
Go in, War. Work in, War.
Now that short leg has gone over the silly mid-off position. 2 slips in place.
Ow!
Get out.
Go in, War. Come on, War. Oh, shot, boy.
Gets that through for one of the typical Virat Kohli shots, and he punches the air as he gets a boundary.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 300 is up for India. It's now 302 for 2. 300 came up 100.
It was a good shot, but he's certainly not playing well. not his fluent self.
He rather enjoyed his first boundary.
Oh, well ball, Warrican.
I wonder what that punch in the ear was for. 3 or 2 for 2.
It's 302 for 2 after 109 overs. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few more overs left in the day's play. Come on, let's give the West Indies some support as we look to get some wickets before the day's end.
The lead 152 for India. Final phase of the day's play. West Indies will be hoping to prize another wicket. Jaiswal, on the other hand, with different plans, adds to his tally. Moves into the 140s and beyond. Reflection on the wickets to fall. The first was the captain, Rohit Sharma, just getting a touch on the glove, onto the thigh guard. Bubbled up sufficiently for Joshua Da Silva to complete the catch. Maiden test wicket for Alec Athanaze.
No. Alec.
And the second wicket was that of Shubman Gill, just playing forward to a beauty from Jamel Warrican. One that he had to play at. It was very straight in line. Ripped offside, just found the outer edge on a smart catch by guess who? Athanaze. Afternoon, Shakira Salman.
Oh! Ball's gone.
Good afternoon, Darren. Raymond Reefer continuing.
Where would you like?
The Billy Doctrove pavilion end.
Me? Yeah. Whatever you like. No, I need to know if I can go back or not.
Just his third over of the day so far. Interesting that West Indies chose to go to him with a newer ball as opposed to Jason Holder.
Okay, you tricked me. I got you.
Joshua Da Silva up to the stumps.
Down, Alec. Down, Akeem, man.
Finds a gap here at Kohli once more through the offside. Fun moment to see Virat Kohli celebrate a boundary. It's been hard work for him. Of course, batting a ball that is close to 100 overs old when he just came to the crease. Now with the second new ball, should find his timing. And a miss. And Shakira, he was on 12 after 50 balls in this innings. Something we've not seen since 2013. That's how difficult it has been for Virat Kohli at the start of his innings. But now much more fluent.
It also speaks to a disciplined bowling effort by West Indies, even though they weren't able to penetrate the way they would have hoped if contained the Indian batters.
Done.
Yeah, that's a very good point. They've kept their composure as a bowling unit. Haven't allowed the scoring rate to go beyond 3.
The end of another over.
3-8 for 2.
308 for 2 after 110 overs. The lead is now 157.
Lead swells to 158.
Good, Joey.
Jamel Warrican to continue. Quite a few catches close to the wicket. There is two in that slip cordon. There's a silly mid off. Man at extra cover, the captain himself, Craig Brathwaite. Good time to attack.
Oh, yeah. Working, War. Keep going, War.
I was looking forward to seeing Jamel Warrican with this new ball.
Oh, well bowled, Worry.
I was curious to see
A lot better from you, Worry.
what other threats he will pose. It's quite good with the older ball all day long. But perhaps this one would allow him to extract a lot more bounce.
Yeah, it's a real test for Jamel Warrican. Came into the side and there was a bit of debate about his inclusion ahead of Versame Pamal, who had a very good West Indies first-class championship season. Second in the wicket taken only to Rakeem Cornwall. Pamal with 28 wickets in his 5 matches. Didn't get a look in.
Well bowled.
Warrican only played 2 matches in that first-class season, so didn't really have the opportunity to fully compare with 2 bowlers of similar styles, both left-arm spinners.
Oh.
But so far, I'd say Jamel Warrican has given a good account of himself. Beating the edge of Jaiswal once more.
End of the over, 309 for 2. Two overs remaining. Yep, confirmation. We will continue to see that attacking feel. It's Athanaze with the ball. Can he make something happen yet again and be a part of another wicket for the West Indies? Surely pitching outside the line of the leg stump, going round the wicket. But just staying with Versame Pamal, he travelled with the West Indies A team when Joshua Da Silva was captain. Picked up 3 wickets in one of the test matches. A look again at that appeal. Yeah, turning down the leg side. Quite optimistic, that appeal.
Catch it.
So you can understand the questions being asked about Warrican's inclusion ahead of Versame Pamal. So make this opportunity count. Just 1 wicket so far, Warrican. Having to operate in the absence of Rakeem Cornwall. A bigger challenge, you will say.
Oh, nice. Work, Alec.
West Indies now looking at him to be the wicket taker and not just to contain in that absence of Rakeem Cornwall.
Very good stop by Kemar Roach. Evidence of that
previous appeal, pitching outside the line of the leg stump, so really good decision by the umpire. That's a beauty, a ripper you would say.
Almost like what we saw from Ashwin. Angled in, then turning and bouncing, narrowly missing the edge and the stumps.
Okay.
Close call in the over, 3-10 for 2. India on the cusp of winning another session in this test match. Of course, first session on day 2, 32 overs were bowled. India scored 66 runs. The West Indies went wicketless. But it was in that post-lunch session that India really piled the runs on. 99 runs in 26 overs, just under 4, that scoring rate.
How nice would it be, boys? Come on. Oh, go, Jordan.
West Indies picked up 2 wickets in that post-lunch session. But you will still say that India won that session. So far, India dominant across all sessions in this test match. That's exactly what the coach, Rahul Dravid, would have wanted. Often hear that in planning meetings for test matches. You win session by session to slowly take control of a test match and eventually secure a win.
Ball war.
And again, I don't think India will be too concerned with the scoring rate. There's so much time left in this test match.
Your stage, well done.
The other thing West Indies will reflect on are the opportunities that went a begging. They had a chance for 2 run-outs. Hakeem Jordan didn't execute properly with his throws.
Oh, well, ball war.
But it's a very important part of the game, even in this, the longest format of cricket. When conditions are docile and opposition batters are resistant, you need to make use of those opportunities in the outfield.
Oh.
And regardless of the format, the basics don't change. The same requirements. You still need to take every opportunity offered to you. More so on a pitch like this, and when the opposition is dominating.
Last ball of the day, Warrican. And comfortably played by Virat Kohli, ending another session in this test match in favor of India. And the real star in the spotlight, this young man, Yashasvi Jaiswal. A marathon effort with the bat. It started yesterday and it continued throughout the course of today. 143 unbeaten in his very first test innings. Dream coming to fruition. Something that he will savor for the rest of his life. And I'm sure he'll want to add to his tally first thing tomorrow.
A sensational effort by the young man on debut. Realizing his dream 11 years after he left home, chasing that dream. A standing ovation by his teammates, meeting him on the edge of the boundary and standing in that dressing room. Our very own commentator, Samuel Badri, applauding his efforts. And regardless of what country you're from, you would have enjoyed this display of batting by this youngster. 143 not out on debut.
Yeah, his rise from adversity, we've spoken about it extensively. His deep desire for success and his love for the game showing in his effort today. Magnificent 143 unbeaten. He had that record partnership with his captain, who also notched a test match century, his 10th in his career. Shubman Gill didn't last too long, but beyond that record opening partnership, there is another that is blossoming. 72 between Virat Kohli and Yashasvi Jaiswal. Again, it was a partnership that paved the way for the others to come. One that was watchful, calculated in stroke play. There were a few close calls, but overall, they were firmly in control of run scoring, both Rohit and Jaiswal. 9 bowlers used by the West Indies. Success for Jamel Warrican, 1 for 82. Like Athanaze, the debutant, also getting his maiden test wicket, the wicket of Rohit Sharma. But the others, they worked really hard without success. So as we wrap the end of day 2 of this first cycle pure Agarbathi test powered by Yes Bank, India firmly in control. And of course, we'll have the chance to celebrate 2 magnificent test centuries, one from a debutant and one from their captain. They lead by 162 runs. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have some analysis.
Day 2 concluded in the first cycle. Pure Agarbathi's test powered by Yes Bank and India have confirmed their superiority so far in the test match. They are 312 for 2. Yashasvi Jaiswal with his first test match 100 still there on 143. Rohit Sharma, the captain, got his 10th test match 100. He was dismissed for 103. And Virat Kohli, 36 not out from 96 deliveries. 162-run lead for India as it stands at the end of his second day's play. Rana Kapoor and Sir Kirtley Ambrose are here with me. Let's just have a quick overview. Run up first of all. Jaiswal still there, Kohli still there, and India with a tremendous lead already.
Yeah, I think it's just been everything that Yashasvi Jaiswal would have dreamed of, Bish. It's his day, and I'm thrilled for him. I'm sure a number of people are. As it turns out, I think India have just shown how to bat here. It's not been easy. Attritional day of Test cricket, and I'd love to hear from you guys in a bit whether the West Indies could have done anything more, because they were just at the receiving end of an old school Test batting masterclass. I say that as we see a reverse sweep, but that was yesterday. Today it was flawless, but for that chance late towards the day, they've just shown the old school way of Test batting.
And I think, Sir Kirtley, that's the thing that you and I and many Caribbean viewers have talked about: young batters showing that inclination to spend time at the crease.
Yes, he's naturally an aggressive player, Jaiswal, but he also showed that he got the ability to bat and bat long, play long innings and turn 50s into 100s. And he had a very, very good first class and lift a record, and he had transferred that into Test cricket on his debut.
Yep, a great exhibition of mental strength, stamina, and skill from Yashasvi Jaiswal. So it's a great opportunity now to hear from him talking to Samuel Badri.
Historic and memorable day here at Windsor Park, particularly for this young man, Yashasvi Jaiswal. Yashasvi, first of all, many congratulations on that knockout in the middle. I'm going to try to rattle off a few historic pieces of memorabilia. First time an Indian has scored a century on debut against the West Indies. You've also faced the highest number of deliveries on debut. What does that knock mean for you?
I think this knock was one of the emotional knock for me, I would say, because as an Indian, whenever we go and we get opportunities, it's really hard. And I would like to thank each and everyone, especially selectors and our senior players and Rohit Bhai, that they have given me chance to go and express myself. And of course, wicket was pretty difficult, I would say, because the spin is too much here and the outfield is really slow. Then I was just keep trying and talking to Rohit Bhai and all the Virat Bhaiya that how we can score in these wickets. Then we were just trying to rotate the strike, and yeah, that's all, I guess.
Yeah, you must have justified the selectors' faith in you to give you this debut cap today. Tell us a little bit about how mentally draining and taxing it was. You've been out there from the very first delivery in this test match, in the field and with the bat. How challenging has that been?
I think it has been challenging, of course, because it's pretty hot, and I have to keep thinking that I need to do it for my country, and I was just keep telling myself also stay on the ground and keep pushing myself each and every ball, and I was just enjoying my day, I guess.
Yeah, and we've seen you in white ball cricket in the IPL and the way you play, but to come and perform like this, tell us how challenging is it in red ball cricket, in test match cricket, to demonstrate that level of patience?
I think, yeah, of course, that's why I love test cricket, because it's going to test you. And I like that challenge all the time, and I just try to, enjoy that situation. Then how can I handle the bouncer balls, and when it's swinging, when spinning. I had prepared for it, and because I would like to thank you, Zubin sir, that we really worked hard on each and every part, and yeah, I'm just going and expressing myself, and it's just, yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
And when you were able to cross that line, how emotional was that moment when you celebrated your first test century?
Of course, it was really emotional, and I am proud of myself, and I would like to say thank you to everyone, and thank you, God, I'm grateful, and this is just a start. I will just keep try to push myself and try to make my more innings, I guess.
We're all proud of you. I'm sure all of India, all of the West Indies, and all of your fans. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Well done, brother. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, brother.
Very impressive young man, only at the beginning of his international career. 143 here, highest scores on Test match debut for India. 187 for Shikhar Dhawan, 177 for Rohit Sharma. Of course, that was against the West Indies. And this is currently the highest by an Indian on debut away from home. Number of things in that interview there stood out, and all praise to Yashasvi Jaiswal, because you come here, they expect success. He's given them that alongside a man who he keeps referring to as Rohit Bhai.
Yeah.
Just talk us through that and this knock.
It's the way to go. When you say Bhai, it's elder brother. So Rohit Bhai, Virat Bhai, when Rohit and Virat used to speak of Sachin was Paji. He picked up that tag, but otherwise it was Rahul Bhai as Rahul Dravid. So they help each other. Indian cricket's been gifted, Bish. This is Rohit Sharma with an important 100 personally for him, his first in 8 innings after that fine 100 against Australia. But we just keep getting gifted with players that promise to be generational all-format players. It happened with Sachin Saurav, it's happened with Virat, Rohit, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, but you could see the promise of the potential that Shubman Gill and now Yashasvi Jaiswal have to offer.
Yeah, absolutely, and Sir Kirtley, just having watched Rohit over time, this was different. I think it was his slowest 100 that he scored. What was the extra edge and determination there?
I reckon he was determined to just occupy the crease for a long period of time. He wasn't as fluent as we know he can be, but I just figure, and maybe because the ball was spinning so much as well, didn't want to take any chances, minimize the risks that he took. And it was just a different kind of innings from Rohit Sharma, the skipper. But at the end of the day, he got to his 100, that landmark, which was so critical to lay that foundation for his team.
Sometimes, I wouldn't say Rohit ever scores ugly runs, but sometimes a batter really does value, as Yashasvi Jaiswal said, it's a tough surface, and we saw that with a couple of wickets that fell in the Indian innings. And it all started with this one to Rohit Sharma that bounced.
Yeah, just after he got his 100, and India had a few close calls. I mean, what the West Indies would have given to have Rakeem Cornwall, we hope he's good. This was a terrific ball to Shubman Gill. And I think Yashasvi's point, Bish, at the end of what looks like a dominating day, we should remind ourselves this is a tough day to bat. If players like Rohit and Jaiswal are striking at 40, Virat Kohli is striking at 30. He took a really long time. I guess it's fair evidence to say it wasn't as easy to score runs.
Yeah, because the eye test certainly tells you that spinners on this track will take some negating to keep them out of prizing out wickets, and also the DRS review system takes some effort to get right, because there were a number of reviews, 3 of them, that the West Indies wasted. This was to Yashasvi Jaiswal from the bowling of Cornwall.
I want to look at Captain Craig Brathwaite. He looked very reluctant to go upstairs, but he was forced, it seemed like, from the other players. And he took the advice, went upstairs with a couple of seconds remaining, and then it proved to be the wrong decision in the end.
Yeah, Virat's first ball as well was another area that it was turned down. And then Virat Kohli again, this one seemed even more doubtful.
Yeah, I think I'm going to ask the two of you, because you've seen more of Joshua De Silva than me. Keeper's got such a big role to play, and Joshua De Silva, I think at least in 2 of those, could have just guided the decision in favor of not going for the review.
Let me just stop playing host for a minute and jump in here and pretend to be a guest. What reviews have shown us is how challenging the job of an umpire is, and we don't give umpires enough respect. Players think we know it all and we jump on the umpires when they get it wrong. But players get it wrong a lot of the time, and that should teach us respect those gentlemen who are officiating this game. They will make mistakes there as well.
Quite agreed, Bish, because I've always said over the years that is a tough job being an umpire.
100%.
We as commentators have the benefit of replays, and 90% of the time we not sure ourselves until we see the replay. The umpire got 2 or 3 seconds to make a decision. So sometimes we're very tough and hard on them.
I can't wait for the next time Curtly Ambrose is on air and a review comes up and he jumps on the umpires and questions that decision. But let's move on, because Yashasvi Jaiswal on 133 after the ill-judged reviews that were used and turned down. This one actually was one that they wish they had a review.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I was on air at the time, Bish. It looked pretty straight. But like you point out, you can only fault yourselves now. You have the tools to challenge the umpire. Don't use DRS as a tactical tool. Don't hedge your bets. Use it for the obvious, clear errors, and you would have got Jaiswal out today.
Look, the game is tough when non-strikers have to talk to their partners about whether to review or not. I don't put myself in that shoe either. That can't be easy. But as we cast our minds forward to tomorrow and Virat Kohli and Jaiswal resuming from a West Indian perspective, what do we see in terms of prophecy?
Well, what I like about the West Indian play today is that even though they failed to take wickets, well, they've taken 2, they didn't let the run rate get away from them. It's still just about 3 runs per over, which to me is okay. Tomorrow morning, that first session is going to be key. They need to take some wickets very early to get deep into the Indian batting lineup. If they don't in that first session, could be another long day at the office.
We look forward to seeing, Ronak, now how Jaiswal and Kohli resume and what can be offered from India's point of view.
I think if India could go harder and get quicker runs, they were in the position to do that, Bish. I just don't think the surface has allowed them, and Jaiswal's confirmed that. Kohli celebrating his first boundary in 81 balls. Pat Noon tells us that that's the longest it's ever taken Kohli in Test cricket to get a boundary, and you could see why run making is so hard just with the evidence of that. So even if they want to go hard tomorrow, I don't know if the surface will allow them. They'll just keep going like this. There's plenty of time. I'd love to see and hope that Rakeem Cornwall is able to take the field tomorrow. Otherwise, without their frontline spinner, we're looking at 11 versus 10.
Absolutely. I wonder if that Kohli celebration is in our closer tonight. Thank you very much, Ronak. Thank you very much, Curtly Ambrose. Just a reminder of where day 2 of this test match ended. Jaiswal on 143, Virat Kohli on 36, India 312 for 2, and a lead of 162 runs with 8 wickets left in their first innings. So day 3 of this first Cycle Pure Agarbathi's test powered by Yes Bank. We'll be on air here from Dominica at 9:30 a.m. local time as the battle resumes. But for now, it's been a day that belongs to 21-year-old Yashasvi Jaiswal with a test match 100 on debut. As such a young man, he'll be just enjoying this with millions of fans across the world. Hope you've enjoyed it. Bye for now from Dominica.
Just said I was poor, boys. Just said I was poor. I said give me 2 claps. No!
Ladies and gentlemen, that's 50 for Yashavi Jaiswal. Ladies and gentlemen, that's
Spin plenty.
That's 50 for Rohit Sharma. 50 off 100, and that's 50 for Rohit Sharma. 50 off 106 balls. That's 50 for Rohit Sharma.
No, Joey, Dunkirk.
A century, 100 up for Yashavi Jaiswal. A century on debut, 100 of 250. A century, 100 up for Yashavi Jaiswal. A century on debut, 100 of 215 balls with 11. A century, 100 up for Yashavi Jaiswal. Up for Yashavi Jaiswal. A century on debut, 100 of 215 balls with 11.
Alec.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, that's a
Yes! One! Yes! One! Go in, Alec. Go in, Alec. Oh, shot boy. Oh, shot boy.